at the twilight past gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spurs singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with the throw to the cup.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
Well, I have a microphone and you don't.
So you will listen to every damn word I have to say.
Papa top again. Freak.
Finally, Friday, I'm free again. I got my motor running for a wild weekend.
Freak out, yo.
Oh, don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh. Shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh. Shut up and dance with me. Ooh, ooh. Shut up and dance with me.
No, it is Friday. Happy Friday. Yeah, good things going on in Gamecock country. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Like my man, Jace Woida. There ain't nothing like JUCO hitters. I tell you what, son. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. The Barndo Co. can build your dream home. Head to the barndoco.com and build your dream home today here in the Carolina is going to shift a couple of things around. Stuart Lake will be here at 10:20. Brad Muller will be here at 11. We will preview the regional. Finally, the Gamecocks are hosting again in Columbia, South Carolina. Softball is on the field this evening at 5:30, and they'll go try to win a regional and advance to a super regional and not have to go anywhere to do it. They'll be able to stay right at home because they're a top 8 national seed. Carolina walks off LSU last night, a home run from KJ Scobie to tie it in ninth, and Jace Woida gets a pinch hit, hits a ball off the wall down the left field line for a triple, and Dalton Mayshore as a pinch runner scores on a wild pitch to give the Gamecocks a victory, and they'll try to get a series victory over LSU this evening at Founders Park, Paul Maneri's former school, but his current school clipped him. So good for the Gamecocks last night, getting off the mat. Maybe they'll try to play their best baseball at the right time of the year with the SEC tournament right around the corner. Coming up next week sometime. Next week, Ashton Crowther with the start last night, Phil. It was a very curious move, and they would go to Brandon Stone out of the bullpen after that, and then Matthew Becker would come in and get the last out for South Carolina to give them a chance, and they were pretty good with that chance. So good win for the Gamecocks. Also, congratulations to our buddy Landon Powell. North Greenville wins yesterday in the Catawba Regional 6-3 over Young Harris, and they will play tonight at 6 o'clock against the top-seeded Catawba. If they win that game, things will be looking really good for LP and his group. So make sure that you keep an eye on that as well. Landon Powell, they're in the Southeast Regional number 1 of the Division II playoffs. Phil?
Yeah.
How are you?
Good morning. Doing well. Yeah. Good win last night. Admittedly, I fell asleep watching the game.
Oh, no.
I know. I know.
That ain't good.
I know. It was like the 5th inning, too. So I didn't even get to see any of the real production, right? I went to bed. We had, Gamecocks had 1 run on 0 hits. And I just dozed off. And then next thing I know, I woke up and I'm checking the phone. I'm like, well, I'll be.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, I'll be John Brown. Yeah, it was that's a good win. I mean, they've obviously been trying to get one like that all year long.
Right.
And unfortunately it took until the final series to get it done. This Gamecock baseball program against LSU generally fares pretty. I mean, they don't go in there and get their rear ends kicked. I mean, you go back last year to the SEC tournament, last time LSU was in town, 23 when they were here, and everybody remembers the big Ethan Petrie home run off of Paul Skeens, and you could go on and on. I mean, this is a really good series. These are 2 proud programs. Obviously, the Gamecocks right now are down and not where they want to be, but having LSU on your jersey doesn't tend to phase whoever's in the uniform for Carolina baseball. And once again, they kind of proved that last night. I want to give some hat tips to, I've been pretty perplexed all year long at how on planet Earth Blake Jackson isn't an everyday guy in the lineup. I mean, he's on base like 47% of the time. You can bitch and moan and bark about his batting average all you want, but the guy gets on base and makes things happen for South Carolina. He made a nice dive and play last night in left field as well. He was hit by 3 pitches last night, so he's probably a little sore this morning, including one that was on the side of the knee. But that's a story this year that hasn't really probably gotten enough run. His lack of playing time, personally, I think I join in with a lot of great baseball minds and scratching our heads as to why he doesn't play more. The guy that's on base 50% of the time. Kind of changed the lineup around again last night, and you had some guys come through. I mean, Kennedy Jones had that big hit. Kazmar in the 3-hole. I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've seen him in the 3-hole this year, and he had a couple of big knocks in the ball game, and both of those were triples. One of them barely missed leaving the yard. his ball and Woida's ball pretty dang close to getting out of there. And so, you know, it was good to see him come through there in the 3-hole fill. And again, you know, Jace Woida, you know, you when you're going through the difficulty that they have gone through this year, and you see a bunch of, I mean, look, none of these opinions should be taken seriously, because these, like, literally, these people don't know probably one thing about baseball. Maybe one, you know, hey, you run the first, and then you run the second, then you run oh, okay, that's how this works. Whole tear it down mentality. I can tell you right now, Jace Woida has a year left. That's not a guy that you want to lose. Okay. Let me give everybody an example, and I'm going to talk to Coach Lake about this here in just a second. In 2001, there was a guy that came in from San Jacinto Junior College out in California. Does anybody know who that guy was? Go, kid. Anybody know who he was? Average first baseman, hit from the right side, big old boy. I'll tell you his name. It was Yaron Peters, okay? And he hit 148 his first year at South Carolina. 148. Not 248. 148. This guy sucks. You know what he did his next year? He hit 377 with 29 home runs and 92 RBI. Led the country in both of those categories. And a couple of tough ABs in the College World Series outside of the ball that left the yard. And he might have been like in the top 3 in batting average, or top 5 or something like that. But at one point in time, he was literally knocking on the door of hitting 400 that year with 30 home runs. He was just shy at 29. School record. Thank God they didn't kick his ass out after hitting 148 as a junior, right? JUCO kids, big power hitting JUCO kids like Jace Woida, who leads the team in batting average in the SEC, those aren't the dudes that you want to run off, geniuses. You hear what I'm saying? Those aren't the dudes you want to run off. And last night, you know, when he was coming up to the plate, or he hadn't come up to the plate yet, no offense to Gavin Braylon, who's had some nice swings of late, who's kind of come along. He's the everyday catcher. But he was just strutting up to home plate. And you could see Monty yelling at the dugout. You could see it. If anybody watched that on TV, he was doing this. Are we not pinch hitting Woida? Oh, yeah, well, okay. I mean, it was, you know, and so Woida comes to the plate and he hits a ball off the wall, and then he ends up being the winning run via Dalton Mayshore, who's the pinch runner. Those aren't the dudes that you run off, Phil. No. I'm celebrating the win last night for the players, because tonight is senior night for them.
Right.
Emotional evening for the guys who've bled through that uniform and gone through coaching changes and given every ounce they've got. Guys like Matthew Becker and Evan Stone. I mean, these guys, this was their dream. So this is about the players. So we want to celebrate the wins. But in the midst of all how bad things have been, well, I read a post the other day from this guy on the Big Spur. Oh, we could do without Woida. Well, you don't know shit about baseball, apparently. Because I can tell you, if that guy goes to the portal, he ain't leaving the SEC. I can promise you that. Big power hitting dudes that can club it out of the yard and hit opposite field the way that he does. Yeah, they're lucky they got him. And he helped win them a ball game last night against LSU. So, you know, these are some of the dudes that just need to be celebrated with what they do. And a lot of it doesn't really get recognized because there's so much negativity going around. And I'll tell you what, man, that was neat to see. That was absolutely neat to see. So congratulations to the Gamecocks, and let's see if they can go get another one later on this evening. I do have a little bit of a gripe, and I'll be honest with you. You know, this was just, again, something that I saw. You know, I think it's been, you know, pretty well documented now by a lot of folks out there that a lot of these get players don't really have much of a relationship with the head coach and the pitching coach. Everybody's kind of figured that out. If they don't, in the middle of a challenge, maybe don't walk out into the middle of the infield and hug the opposing shortstop. Kind of a tough look. You know, can't imagine the guys in the dugout who probably don't get many hugs are really excited to see that. So that would be my advice to leadership of Carolina baseball. Let's hug our own guys before we're hugging the opposing team, with all the stuff that's been going on this year. So that would just be a little bit of a gripe I want to make sure I squeeze in today. That caught me off guard last night. But congratulations, South Carolina. Jake McCoy is going to get the ball tonight. We're going to talk to Coach Lake about that coming up here in just a little bit. Connor Ware last night and Jaden Newton, those guys, really good arms for LSU, but they're not the stars. The stars are coming, and we'll get them tonight. We'll get them tomorrow. Kate Anderson threw a complete game earlier this year, and hopefully that doesn't happen this evening. Hopefully it's Jake McCoy who throws a complete game for Gamecock baseball. All right, real quick here on the leaderboard with the PGA Championship. Jonathan Vegas is 6 under. He is leading it 5 under at Ryan Gerard and Tyrell Hatton. And then a host of guys at 4 under, just underneath him, including Colin Morikawa, who's 3 under today. He is 2 shots off the lead, and he is on the 9th. It is 10:16, Mad Dog. If you're headed to the regionals today, going to go watch those wonderful ladies march their way into Oklahoma City. You'll head to Gamecock Traditions and get your Carolina softball shirts. They are on sale. They have basically sold out, but they have restocked because that place is going to be jam-packed to watch the resurgence of this program. We can't wait to talk to Brad Muller about that. Head to Gamecock Traditions. Go to GamecockTraditions.com if you want to see their entire catalog. Gamecock Traditions, proud supporters of your nationally ranked 8-seeded Gamecock softball program. When we return, Stuart Lake will be here. We'll be right back.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Get along down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
All right, it is 10:20. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show powered by our friends at Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. Stuart Lake was on the call last night, as he always is, with Derek Scott on the Gamecock Radio Network, and he had a good one. Carolina walks it off 6-5, the final, and Gamecocks are going to go for a series win over number 1 later on this evening and Jake McCoy will get the ball. Hey, Coach.
Hey, Jamie, how are y'all?
I know you got somewhere to be here in just a little while, so we appreciate you doing it from the car. We like car conversations. We've had them with virtually everybody over the years, so this is fantastic. We're good. You're good. You look good.
Well, the look good is you're lying now, but glad to be with y'all. And I got a Gamecock Club golf tournament starting here in a little bit, so sitting in the truck with AC running.
Yeah, well, it's that time. You know it's getting close to SEC tournament time and regionals time, like it is for softball. When you look at the thermometer and it's sticky, about 90 degrees, and it's only 10 a.m. But we cherish those moments around here. Generally speaking, that means the postseason has arrived. Before we get to Gamecock baseball, I want to deviate a couple of things. We have been obviously praying as hard as we possibly can for Coach Toman, and just wanted to give you a couple of minutes to say anything you'd like to say about Storm and his family and everything that they're going through.
Yeah, so to kind of sum it up for everybody, about a few weeks ago, Coach Tolman went in, just kind of all of a sudden started not feeling great, and is dealing with now. He's at Duke University, so he's at the best up in Durham, but had surgery yesterday. He is dealing with a brain tumor, and it is cancerous. So been a hard 2 weeks for a lot of us, because if I could think of one guy I thought was invincible, and I still do, it's the big guy. So Coach Tolman is in Durham, and we've started our GoFundMe. And please go on there. It's Jim Tolman on GoFundMe. And it's just been, as I joke with him, it's been so cool to start reconnecting. You got to realize Coach Tolman and I started coaching together, I think, 1997. And probably the last 28 years, I can't imagine 2 days have gone by where we either didn't talk or text or send each other a video or whatever about baseball life. He's a Steelers fan. I'm a Browns fan. It was something constantly going. So really would appreciate everybody prayers. If they can help, go on the GoFundMe, follow the big guy. I'll send it. I think y'all have it. I don't know if there's any way we can post it up for all the listeners can see it. But
yep.
And I don't know, last night, I cut ninth inning, I felt him. He was the master of what we used to call the snatch. And that meant we're about to take a game that the other dugout thinks they've already won. LSU came in here last night, and we'll get into that, very arrogant. They had their guy that travels yelling, "Go Tigers," the whole deal, and it was killing me. But Coach Tolman took over the ninth inning and ended the way it always used to end. So please keep praying for him a bunch for us.
You know, it's amazing that you said that, because when y'all were at South Carolina back in the late 90s and early 2000s with Coach Tanner, this program, and we're going to get to Scobie in a minute. I see it in the chat box here, because they're right. You did call the Scobie home run, and you did call the wild pitch. But when y'all got to South Carolina back in the early 90s, one of the things that was crucial to getting this program where you wanted it and then keeping it there was going the JUCO route. And it was termed by, unless I'm wrong about this, but at that point in time, the great Jim Tolman, he used to call them JUCO bandits.
Yep.
And he still does today. As a matter of fact, when he was on the air a couple of weeks, he said, "You need to get out there and get you a couple of JUCO bandits."
Yeah.
Well, one of those JUCO bandits stepped up last night in the ninth inning by the name of Jace Woida, a big power hitting lefty, and hit a ball off the wall. So you mentioned Jim Tolman maybe up and take over that ninth inning. He did it with a guy that he would have recruited too.
No doubt. I always joke what guys would have been able to play on those 90s and 2000 teams. Jace Woida would have been one of them. And he's a guy that just, I don't know if everybody does know his story. He's a Nebraska kid that grew up watching South Carolina in the World Series. So this is a dream for him to be here. And every time we travel, he's a guy I really enjoy talking to, super intelligent guy. And he'll ask me about those teams because, you know, you got Jackie Bradley on the call last night, and he remembers him playing. And he's just it is so cool when you see guys that really respect and love being a part of Gamecock baseball have success. And Jace Woda for sure is one of those guys.
You got that right. Jackie told the story last night about Matthew Becker and the reason that he used to wear number 19. It was because of Jackie. It was a full circle moment. Certainly having him up in the booth and good to hear him getting a little bit more comfortable behind the mic. He's getting there. He's getting there. Jackie, for anybody that doesn't know Jackie's quiet. Jackie's quiet. He doesn't say much. He's never said much. That's just him. And so, when he gets a microphone, it's like, oh, crap, I got to talk. Yeah, Jackie, you're going to have to talk.
Well, he had no other with him. Dave Neal's one of my favorite guys in this business in the SEC. We're standing there. Dave's son is a little reliever now at Young Harris. They were playing North Greenville yesterday. Greenville got them. But, the SEC baseball, and I call it the old baseball family, is still really close. Dave Neal was a big part of that when we were all starting to kind of become what it is now. Yeah,
you're right. I love Dave Neal. And for some reason, he doesn't get any older. I don't understand how that happens.
Yeah, no kid.
I mean, I can remember him calling games at the Sarge on CSS, or I think it was CSS. Yeah. And I can remember him.
The Mississippi State football game, the fade. I think that was back. Remember, he always, if you had Dave Neal, you're playing at noon, a football game, and that was the old SEC game of the week.
He did. He called that one. He called Troy Williamson's 99-yard touchdown run against Virginia.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch that Dave's voice has been on over the years. I'm really glad you brought that up. He's a class act too.
Yes.
And he's a good man. And you're right. Young Harris is a neat place to play ball. I remember when Jay Brown played up there, him and Lauren, they went back and got married up there. I was in his wedding. That was the first time I'd ever been to Young Harris's back when they were still JUCO. They hadn't switched yet. And I thought, goodness gracious, this place is gorgeous. No wonder they're good. Why would you not want to live here for play college baseball? But they ran into Landon Powell last night. So hopefully LP can go out and get Catawba this evening as well. All right, Coach. Let's talk about the pitchers last night in the ball game. Ashton Crowther got the call, which caught me a little off guard. I know Brandon didn't have a great game last week, but I personally wasn't aware that he'd done enough to lose a spot in the rotation. But anyways, they did throw Crowther last night, and he was 4 1/3, 5 hits, 3 earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, about 80 pitches. And then they went to Stone. And then Becker, of course, came in and got that final out. And it was great to see Becker do that on senior weekend too. But you could probably make the argument that Crowther and Stone have been, if you go back maybe a month or so, you could say those two guys have probably been the most consistent. And I think you saw that out of them last night.
I agree with that.
We got a frozen stew. He's coming back. He's making a comeback. Nope, maybe he's not. Phil, you can pull him down and pop in if you want to and work on it. But frozen stew is going to be the new term around here for Coach Lake if he happens to freeze up last night. Brandon Stone, 4 1/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, and a walk to go along with 4 strikeouts as well. Those guys came in and threw strikes. As a matter of fact, of the 73 pitches that left Brandon Stone's hand, 53 of them crossed home plate for a strike, which is a great recipe for success for, as Coach Lake calls him, the big eclipse. And then Becker getting that final out was a big deal. But we'll get him back on in just a second and run through all of that. Jake McCoy tonight is going to get the ball, and this is where we're going to transition to in just a little bit with Coach Lake, Phil. But he's going to get the ball tonight, and I think we're all big Jake McCoy fans. We know he's just got elite stuff. He's got a chance to be really, really valuable for the next couple of years in this program, and he's going to. I personally think tonight when he faces Cade Anderson, this might be that all right, young man, step up to the plate. If you look at it this way, there's a lot kind of on his shoulders because it's senior night. And now Jake McCoy's not a senior, but he wants to perform for those guys.
Yeah.
And so, he's going to oppose one of the best pitchers in the country in Cade Anderson, who is 6-1 with a 3.66 earned run average. The sophomore lefty, they're both sophomore lefties tonight. In 76 and a third, he's walked just 20 guys, and he's got, Phil, 124 strikeouts. Woo, buddy. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, South Carolina is going to have to be creative. And, this guy didn't put a lot of dudes on base. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to earn it. And so they're going to have to be pretty creative with how they do that. But there will be a bunch resting on Jake McCoy's shoulders tonight. You're trying to win a series. You're trying to perform for your seniors on senior night. And that alone is a lot. You back, Coach? Everything good?
Yeah, did y'all get all that? I just told you this, the key to turning the season around and getting the program going. Did y'all get all that?
Man.
No, I think we missed it.
That would have been where it dropped out.
Well, I had to start laughing because I'm not the smartest guy. I had my phone setting on my dash, which is directly in the sunshine, so the temperature got too hot in my iPhone currently.
Oh.
So I'm now holding it for you, but I will jump right back into what you asked me. I think those two guys have been our best two arms. Okay. And I still think McCoy today is probably our most, quote, talented arm. But what Ashton's been doing and the Big Eclipse have been doing, I loved last night seeing those two kind of bookend each other. And I think you got a chance to win on Tuesday if we decide to go with that same thing. But I was surprised of the order. I took it without asking. I didn't even need to, maybe because of LSU's numbers against left-handed pitching. That would give me a reason to think you start Crowther, but I want to compliment more Brandon Stone. So I stopped pulling in the parking lot for probably the last 20 years to Mr. Richard, Mr. Ted, those guys that work security and talk to us. And I spend 15, 20 minutes with them. And Brandon walked by yesterday, and I knew who was starting, but unofficially, whatever. You would have not known anything different with Brandon Stone. He stopped, he talked, he smiled, he talked about family coming in and family this and that. That kid is special. And as much as they're saying a Jace Woida, Brandon Stone is a JUCO bandit, a guy that so happy and to be pitching in this league and to be pitching at South Carolina. You wouldn't have known he wasn't starting.
Right.
I mean, and in a lot of ways, JB, I thought they were just going to hold him till Tuesday until the pregame when Derek talked to Coach Maneri, and Coach Maneri said, we're not sure yet who will start Tuesday, and we're going to use Brandon Stone in relief. And I went, that kid just showed me so much in that parking lot. There was zero selfishness and just extreme makeup from him. So I'm so happy. And for Becker, this is senior weekend. A lot of times we say senior night or senior day like today is, but this is the weekend. As I told a couple guys last night, you won't forget these nights.
Right.
You'll forget the losses. My grandmother used to say you wouldn't have more than one child if you remembered how miserable having the child was as a woman. You forget all that. You just remember holding them. And baseball is the same way. You just remember the wins. So I was laughing with those guys last night. Y'all won't remember all the losses. I promise you. You'll move on from those real quick. But you'll remember walking off LSU on that Thursday night, having fun and celebrating.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that, man. And I get caught up sometimes in the as I feel like as you get a little bit older and you get more and more separated from kids who play college athletics, you look back on the things that you did as a college athlete or just as a college student, and you're like, man, I was probably dumber than a box of rocks. You know what I mean? Like, just made a lot of really stupid decisions. And so I have found this like new passion, Coach, as you have. I mean, you as a coach, you have to evaluate people when you're recruiting. We talk about Jim Toman. Coach Tanner said the other day, he wasn't the best recruiter. He was the best evaluator. But when you evaluate guys, you're also evaluating their character and things like that. The record this year for South Carolina is nowhere near what Gamecock baseball is all about. But if you talk about the character of the kids that are on the team, it's near the top. And you mentioned Brandon Stone, a guy that Matt Williams found, and Matt and Monty went full in on this kid. And I think Monty finally got it secured or whatever for his commitment. He was the number 1 JUCO pitcher in the country, and the Gamecocks got him. And then you pair that with what you just said about him, because I don't think a lot of people understand when you feel like you've established a role, like he'd been moved into the Friday night role. He's the Friday night dude, and now all of a sudden you have a bad game and you're kind of yanked out of there. That can really affect dudes in a very negative way, as you well know, being a baseball coach. And you're pointing out how it's like, hey man, whatever. I'll just, whenever I pitch, I'm going to go in and pitch. And last night, if he didn't have that attitude, he probably wouldn't have had that success against the top-ranked team in college baseball. Oh, frozen. Phil, can you screenshot that? Oh man. Nothing like car interviews.
I know, sure. It's great.
Look at that.
He's laying it out again. Here, we're gonna miss it again.
Is he just talking?
No, he's frozen. So he's obviously giving us the most poignant.
Well, we have to hit a timeout anyways.
Things like that. We could take a timeout.
We were due for one, so let's do that. We'll come back. We'll set up Jake McCoy versus Kate Anderson, and he'll hit on a couple of other things and get Coach out on the golf course. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire! Ain't nobody got time for that."
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
All right, 10:40. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. He's working on it, Phil, but I don't know if we're going to get it fixed or not.
Yeah, he's down there, but it's dark.
Yeah, he said his phone overheated again.
Oh,
this conversation's too hot to handle.
Dude, that's right. It's a vast conspiracy.
Where's Elon when you need him? Look, Starlink fixes everything else. Can he fix this overheating problem with cell phones? We gotta put a bug in his ear to try to get that figured out. But the point was that these guys, their roles have been pestered with all year long, and he just continues to come in and perform when asked to. There's Coach. Can you hear us?
Yeah, and I'll try it one more time. I apologize. I'm sitting on the face of the sun out here in this black asphalt parking lot, and just keeps cutting off on me. But I know we were talking about the pitching staff, but I wanted to, before I get cut off again, I want to make sure everyone heard a quote that Paul Maneri said the other day, because I don't think enough was made out of it. When asked by the media, why did Ethan Petrie try to play? Did y'all hear the answer he gave? One of the main reasons? Ethan told him, I want to play again with Evan Stone. And to me, if I'm a scout, and I had a scout call me and talk about it, he said his stock just went up with us. Because that just showed what kind of player, what kind of makeup Ethan Petrie has. It again confirms what Evan Stone is. And today, that was my main thing. I wanted to make sure, because I thought that I felt like a lot in the media, that statement just kind of went by real quick. And I think that's a huge statement for the makeup of kids within this program right now when it's struggling. Well,
I think you're exactly right. And you know what? Shame on all of us media guys. You're right about that. For that sliding, everybody should be held accountable. That if you understand anything about baseball and you got a kid who's got millions of dollars on the line and he's got an injury and he wants to come back and play with another kid who ain't going to play pro ball, that shows you what being a teammate's all about right there. And it shows you everything you need to know about Ethan Petrie. And I would venturing a guess in the world we live in today. I don't know this coach, but whoever his agent is probably going, I don't think you need to play, Ethan. And he basically flipped him the bird and said, no, I'm going to go out there at least one more time and play with this cat. Yeah, I'd take him too. I'd take him probably a little bit earlier than I was going to try to if I'm a big league organization. I don't know if we're going to see him again. I don't. And it is senior night, and we're going to finish with them. But if we don't see Ethan Petrie again, I hope everybody the dust settles. They realize that they got to live through his career at South Carolina. It's one of the best we've ever seen in that uniform.
Yeah, and go back and look last night. I was watching on the screen. Obviously, we're doing radio. He was one of the biggest guys celebrating. Yeah. Jason come off the field, because from his triple, it is just so cool. But yeah, it's senior day. There's going to be a ton of guys represented tonight. I think it's 9 players, maybe 8. There's going to be all the managers. It's going to be a big deal. So I hope our fans, I'm scared I'm going to get cut off again. I hope our fans will get in early and just really let them hear an ovation for what they've done through the career, what they've done this year. You do, and all of us, it is hard to make it through the year when you're having a year like they are and do it with the class. I feel like the players have done, the managers have done. I really want them to get their recognition tonight on senior night.
Those seniors, Dalton Mayshore, who transferred in from St. Mary's, Talmadge LeCroy. Now, Talmadge does have an additional year, and we don't know what he's going to do next, but he does have a medical red shirt that he is using this year because of the injury. Evan Stone from Irmo, South Carolina. Dylan Eskew, who came in from Chipola JUCO. Kennedy Jones, transfer from UNC Greensboro. Caleb Jones is a senior, transfer from Winthrop. Jordan Carrion with his eligibility this year after playing at both Florida and Florida State. And then the senior out of Chapin, Matthew Becker, who got a chance to get into the game last night. And I got a feeling we're going to see him again in this series at some point in time. Coach, you obviously know some of these guys very well, like Evan Stone and Matthew Becker and Talmadge LeCroy. What do you want to say about them?
Well, it's just special. Matthew Becker playing Chapin. Obviously, y'all know where I live. That was our rival high school. So I saw games since he's been, it seemed like, in 7th grade playing. Evan Stone at Dutch Fork, I just told him the other day, I said, I feel like I was just hearing about you as a young kid from all the coaches at Dutch Fork that I grew up with, Casey Waits and Art Boozer and all those guys. And, Talmadge LeCroy, hell, I played with his dad. So I always joke, I said, Talmadge, I knew you before you were you. So don't try to ever do something for me. So, to see him, turn into an SEC player and whatever he decides to do with that year, I'll be pulling for him. And just the other guys, the way they handle themselves, you know me, if I don't like you, I stay away from you. And there are very few guys on this team you just kind of stay away from. They all have, I think, pretty good makeup. This has been a really, really tough year at times to keep that class to you. I feel like on the road and different things that I get to see away from any camera or whatever they've done. So I'm surely going to be there tonight standing up, clapping for all of them. And those managers, what they do for this program, I can't even tell you what all they do. It's like when you're filling out an application that says how many hours a week. If you were filling that job out, you just go all of them, because I felt just always there. I get there yesterday to show a friend around at 9:30, and the managers are all out on the field kind of playing fungo golf and waiting on laundry to get done, and the setup machines, because LSU was coming to hitting the cages. We played at 7. And I saw them throughout the day as I stayed there a lot through the day, and that's a normal day. So those guys deserve a huge ovation tonight from our fans, and I know the players respect and appreciate all they do.
Oh, yeah. That's a hard job, man. That's a hard gig.
Yeah.
And it's even harder when you got a bunch of players that don't respect what you do. But that's never been the case at South Carolina. I remember Coach Tanner made it a point, like, you're going to treat them as well as you treat your teammates, because they're the ones who can make things real bad for you. And all those guys that we've known over the years. Heck, my buddy Bryson Mitchell's still up there doing the pitch clock up there right next to you in the booth.
Yeah, right through there. We've kept him out of trouble for years now doing this thing. So he's one of my favorite people to look over to my right and see him. And we text through the games, probably why I screw up half the time. I might mess him up some too, but just special people. I look back, guys, from John Dudley, Dave Godovan, Fox Byers started as a manager, Jonah Smith. Guys have gone on to have ultra successful lives because they learned how hard you have to work to be successful. And when we had our reunion for Coach Tanner, those guys were just part of it. They're players to us. They've become family as much as any player did.
Fox Byer, for anybody wondering, he's the one who has created the GoFundMe for Coach Toman. Those two have an incredibly close relationship, and Fox is just outstanding. Just one of the kindest, best human beings on the face of the earth. All right, Coach, we'll let you run after this one. This couple of quick seconds or so here. It's all about trying to get hot at the right time, and maybe by virtue of a walk-off win over number 1 in game 1, they're on track to do so. We'll see. But Jake McCoy is going to get the ball tonight, and he'll go against Cade Anderson, who threw a gem earlier this year, one of 2 complete games in the SEC. Cade Anderson is a strikeout guy, and he doesn't walk anybody. Just 20 and 76 in a third, and over 120 strikeouts in those 76 innings. This is, I mentioned to Phil just a little bit ago, this is a big moment for Jake McCoy. Not only is he going to go out there and oppose a kid who is incredibly talented and pitching for the number 1 team in the country, but he's going to be pitching on senior night for all those names that we just rattled off, so that can weigh heavy when your teammates, this could be the last time that they're putting the uniform on this weekend, and maybe some games next week. What are you going to look for out of Jake early in the ball game tonight?
Yeah, well, first of all, Anderson might be the best left-handed pitcher in the country. Derek said it last night as he had heard it with D1. I text a few scouts, and they're like, yeah, probably the first lefty I would draft. So, he's going to be a special guy on the mound. Jake McCoy, tonight is a thing where you have to control your emotions and not try to win the game in the first inning. Try not to strike out 4 guys in 1 inning. Just really keep your composure to yourself and go out there and compete on the mound. But for what you said, somebody's going to win the SEC tournament. Right. And I know South Carolina ain't really won it much, but the one time that they won it, they beat my Ole Miss team. Stephen Tollison hit a home run to beat us. Stephen Head was on the mound. It was the only blown save of Stephen Head's career at Ole Miss. 3-time All-American in South Carolina. Tollison hits a home run. They win the 04 tournament. So somebody's going to win this thing. I guess it could get rained out and 2 people win it like softball, but I don't think that's going to happen. So you go out there Tuesday, you're going to play a team that you've already beaten most likely. I was looking at it today. It could be Mississippi State. It could be Ole Miss. It could be a couple others that of our wins that are there. Florida maybe even, and Florida just keeps getting decimated by injury. They lost Luke Heyman last night, fracture. So, I mean, you know, they're beat up. And if you win that game, you're probably playing somebody on Wednesday that could care less if they win or not, because you will be playing one of the top 8 seeds. They're already in a regional, most likely hosting a regional in a lot of ways. And if you win that, you get a day off. So, I mean, you could really set yourself up if you could just find a way to win Tuesday, which is going to be a dogfight to win, because that who you're playing's got to win too. I really think whoever you play on Wednesday could care less if they win or not, to be honest. And then you get that day off. And then you know what? You're playing on the weekend and you got a chance. And that's all you're really trying to do. You know you got to win it to get in a regional. And it's going to be extremely hard to do. But once you do reach the weekend, those teams could care even less about winning, because you'll be then playing the highest ranked seeds. And they're really ready to go home and get ready for, you know, Monday and finding out where they're going to a regional. So it's over when they tell you it's over, is how it would be. And last night, y'all was the key. If we had laid an egg last night, I thought it would have been really, really hard to respond this weekend because of the pitching of LSU. And then that tournament would have came up on you so fast. But that didn't happen. You know, Scobie, Woida, those guys took care of it. And the big guy got us a wild pitch. So worked out.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt. You mentioned regionals, Coach. It begins today for Ashley and the ladies. 5:30 at Beckham Field. We're gonna, me and my family, as long as one of my daughters is sick, but as long as she's okay, we'll be coming up tomorrow afternoon and staying tomorrow night for the regional finals and all that on Sunday. So you know, hopefully, maybe I'll get a chance to see you and Tracy. This is awesome, and you've gotten to know Ashley very well. That school has wrapped its arms around her, and I think we're, for the first time, and I don't know, probably my lifetime, I would guess, since, you know, I haven't been to a gazillion softball games or anything like that, like Gamecock baseball, but you're going to see the best atmosphere that stadium has ever had. I know they hosted a regional in 2018. I'm aware of that, but they weren't a top 8 national seed, and this team is. So we're about to experience something now with South Carolina softball that the large majority of this fan base, maybe unless you were around in 1997, has never seen before.
Well, I was around in 97. Thanks for reminding me how old I was. But yeah, this team really does have that, and I'm so excited. I've told y'all on here before, Beckham Field feels like Sarge Fry Field.
Yes, it does.
So much of the same elements. Obviously, they were built to be like each other when it happened, and now it's a lot nicer than it was back in 97. But I'm so excited for it, and I just want to see them take care of their business. It looks like great weather all weekend, and then get to host next weekend, get a West Coast team coming over here. Just so excited for Ashley, the coaches, and all those players.
Coach, we'll always appreciate the time, man. I know we had a couple of bugaboos today because the sun's out and it's getting hot. It's Columbia. That's what happens, but that's all right. That's all right. Go get them tonight. Appreciate everything that you do for the University of South Carolina and its athletics department and the people of this state. You do an amazing job, and you and Derek, even in some pretty tough times, y'all find a way to at least give us some peace by listening to your voices at night during baseball games. So thanks for everything, man. And we're all praying for your friend Jim Toman, and you know, I know you got some family stuff going on too. The Lakes are at the top of the prayer list here in our house. So thank you.
Well, appreciate it. Look forward to it. Maybe I'll be talking to y'all on the off day next Wednesday when these guys, or Thursday when these guys take care of business. We'll see how it goes.
And then after that, we get to go shopping at Palm Casual.
Yes.
I get to spend. I'm gonna spend your money.
Yeah. Get in line. Get in line. All right,
Get in line.
We'll bring Smokey with us. We'll put it on Smoke's tab this go around. How about that?
That's much better. That's
there we go.
Right.
See ya.
Thanks, Coach.
Oh, if Miss Tracy is watching, I don't need any more. I'm just kidding. Now, if you got extra cash floating around, you know, we'll always take some. You know.
not going to say no. That would be rude.
Yeah, that's my aunt used to tell me if I offered it to you, she used to give me money. I would go over. I mean, even when I was like 25, here's $100 bill. I'm like, no, I'm not taking that. She's like, I'm gonna slap piss out of you if you don't take it. Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's this for again? Don't do anything stupid. Well, you know I'm going to. So why are you giving it to me?
Why you make it so hard?
I don't make good decisions with $100 bills.
You're right.
Like, who does?
Right. Not at that age, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, wait a tick.
A little different now.
Yeah.
A little different.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
But the number of people giving you money at this age is a lot less than it used to be.
Yeah. Come on, man. Oh, God. I'm glad I laughed. Need to laugh. Need to laugh. Need a good laugh. The wild pitch last night, by the way, when Caden Gaskin was at the plate, Mayshore was at third. I didn't know who was going to score first. Monty Lee or Dalton Mayshore. Monty, I'll tell you something. If you've watched the games, there's nobody on the planet that loves his players more than Monty Lee. I can personally attest to it. And so I don't know, I'm going to go with probably about 1,000 other guys. He just loves, unconditionally. He's hard on you, very hard. And they return the favor. That's what players want. You know what I mean? They want that relationship. But he comes off generally as calm, cool, and collected. And he is. But he gets caught in some moments too, man. And last night was another one, running to home plate. I'm like, Monty, you can't touch home plate. You better run around it.
That's right.
That run ain't gonna count if you get closer to him. I mean, dude, it is so funny. I just think about all kinds of stuff over the years, but players love to see that. They want to see you here. Yeah. You have to be there as a coach. You have to be there. You can't be up here and down here. You got to be right there. But then, you've got to be able to bust out so they feel like it's the connection. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's happy for us, that type of deal. And when he was running home plate last night, I was like, oh, shit. Get out of there.
Slow down.
Move on, pal.
It was funny. That shot. Perfect. And Mayshore just a step or two ahead of him,
Yeah.
Not in the base path or anything.
Mayshore,
right there.
Run faster, man. You gotta go.
That was great. I was watching the replays of that this morning. And I was like, oh man, it was you give, because I like Cade Gaskin and what I've seen out of him this season.
He's scrappy little guy. He hit 400 in junior college, right?
Yeah.
400.
Yeah. This guy is a good baseball player, and I was like, man, yeah, they gave him the opportunity to win the game right there. And he does it. I guess he's standing in the box when the wild pitch happens. But I was happy to see him get that opportunity to get that walk off.
Yeah,
just because he deserves it. There's a lot of guys.
They were pouring water on him. I'm like,
yeah, I know.
A wild pitch.
Well, he could have swung at it, I guess.
The ball went in the dirt. It was 4 feet outside of the plate.
Somebody's got to get doused with water, man. Listen, when you only got 6 conference wins, you celebrate. Damn it.
That was pretty funny. Yeah. Oh man! All right. And get Monty an electric bike. He's slowing down in his old age. He used to be quicker than that. Monty, if you want to catch Mayshore, you're gonna have to get on one of these EBs, brother.
Yeah. Mayshore got a bad hip too, right? I mean, come on, man. What are you doing?
Monty, get the refrigerator off your back. Come on, man. All right. When we return, one of the great people of the Gamecocks and one of the great voices of them too, Brad Muller, will preview the regional at Beckham Field softball. How about that? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking. And they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961. Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting: hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my dirt.
All right, welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barn Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. This is the Gamecocks shirt. They'll be playing on it today in the 2025 NCAA Regional, hosted by the University of South Carolina for the first time since 2018. And Brad Muller is here. He's one of the fine voices of South Carolina athletics. He knows these young ladies inside and out. And here we go, man. Virginia is in town. North Florida is in town. And Elon is in town, and that's who South Carolina draws later on this afternoon. For what it's worth, and I feel like I'm probably a part of this, and there should have been more emphasis on this leading into this weekend. This is South Carolina's 10th regional in the last 12 years for anybody. It's not like they hadn't been in the postseason. Now, they've only gotten out of one of those, which was the Super in 28, where they advanced to the Super in 2018, Brad, and they got a great chance to do it again. But none of those were they a national seed like this. So this is exciting stuff, and I think we're going to see the best atmosphere in that stadium since it was built.
Yeah, I think so too, and just a lot of excitement around this team because maybe other than the coaching staff and the players themselves, we didn't really know what to expect this year with so many new players and the new coaching staff. And you're right, this team is a regular in the postseason, but it's been a while when there were, now there's these expectations. Hey, can they get past this? Because they're hosting, and that hasn't happened a lot. It seemed like every year we were going down to Tallahassee for a while, which, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the biggest thing is the movement in the league. You finish in the top half of the league. after being picked to finish dead last. So all of a sudden, in less than a year, the expectations have really ramped up. So it's really neat. As we've said before on the show, it's a fun team to be around. They've got some really good quality players, not a team that's going to, wow you statistically with, these, the one or two All-Americans that are just, striking out, 30 people a game and, hitting, 20 home runs in a week or anything like that. They just find ways to win, and they're very resilient. And that's what's made it a fun year.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Part of that is because their head coach is the same. I joke with Ashley all the time. You just stay right here, I'm like, as much as you smile and laugh when you're in the game, there ain't a lot of that going on until the end of it. 5:30 is the scheduled first pitch today. That will be live on ESPN Plus. You have to have a subscription to ESPN Plus for anybody wondering. This is not like the SEC Network Plus where it's part of your package. So if you don't have one, you can't watch it. First game coming up is Virginia and North Florida at 3:00. Gamecocks took down the Wahoos twice back at the beginning of the year. But Brad, let's focus on South Carolina first. We'll get to the rest of these programs here in just a little bit. This week, they don't. I think we mentioned this last week. They don't have a bunch of kids that are foreign to the postseason. These ladies played there, the ones who've been here and the ones who were with Ashley and Quincy Lilly. I mean, they've all done this. But this is the first time they're doing it together, and it's the first time that they're doing it as a top 8 seed at this university. So that does make things a little bit different because that track record does not exist. So what have the last few days been like around there?
I think the neat thing is that I'm interested in seeing is how they respond to being the hunted. For this regional, they're the number 1 seed. They're the one that's supposed to win, playing on their home field. And how do they handle that? Because, as anytime you get to the postseason, you want to be playing your best ball at the right time. But they do a good job of keeping things loose. It's one thing that's I don't think it's unique to South Carolina, but softball in general. Nobody has more fun on game day than softball players, and this team has done a good job of keeping things loose most of the year anyway. So I don't anticipate that anything is going to be different. Fortunately for them, they get to do most of their normal routine since they were practicing at home all week, sleeping in their own beds, all that kind of stuff. So you hope it's just business as usual for them. I'm sure there's a little bit of excitement because there's a little more interviews than they've had to do most of the year, maybe a little outside media or more people paying attention to them now since they are in the postseason. But I think they're embracing it. Fortunately, even though it's a lot of new kids, they're older. You've got a lot of juniors and seniors on this team that are very mature, and I think they'll handle it well. Hopefully they'll play well.
What do you think this is doing for the future of the program? They're about to be on national television as a top 8 national seed. I did not ask Ashley yesterday about recruiting. I think that would be pretty tasteless to ask the head coach about it when she's worried about the team that's trying to actually go win now. But I can ask you about it, just your opinion, because you've seen all this in the rest of the league. Now the rest of the country gets to kind of, if they haven't been paying attention or they've been like vaguely paying attention, they're going to be paying attention now because they're a national seed. What do you think this is going to do for them?
No, it certainly helps, especially in this era of the transfer portal, where you can certainly add some people that can help you right away. And I think for the in-state recruiting as well. There was for many years when South Carolina was literally the only game in town in the state before Clemson had a program. Okay, you could get a lot of the best players in the state. Well, Clemson got off to a great start when they started their program, less than a decade ago, and they were getting some of the better players in and around South Carolina. So this certainly helps keep some of the better kids in state. I know they've got some good commitments from some very good in-state players, but I think it certainly helps you, as you said, on the national level in terms of getting those players in the portal that can help you right away. This past year, obviously, when she got here, a big part of the portal last year was a lot of her former players that were really good at Charlotte. Well, you're not going to be, taking all players from Charlotte this year. So you've got, you're going to get players from elsewhere, but I think you're going to see more interest from the good players in the portal that are going to want to come here. Whereas maybe in years past, maybe this wasn't the first place on everyone's list. coming into the portal. We did get some good ones. We got some very good ones. In fact, under the previous coaching staff with some pitchers, with Elena Vaughter the year and the year before that, the pitcher Donnie Coburn, who were both outstanding. But I think a year like this lends itself to the opportunity to really plugging more than one hole. And that's what's going to be interesting to watch whenever their season is done, because it's been such a great story, and as word gets out, more people want to be a part of it.
Yeah, for anybody wondering too, this is something that the NCAA needs to look at. The portal opens Sunday, and I'm not so sure that it's very fair to all these teams that are playing, trying to win a regional that day.
Yeah,
that but that's for another day, Brad. We can debate that all we want to. Nothing we can do about it. But I think that's a horrible date, and I don't really understand.
Yeah, it's like when they'd have the Major League Baseball draft in the middle of the College World Series.
Yeah. Yeah, there were kids. I remember stories of that. Some of my buddies, guys that I know who were literally getting called like while they're in the dugout. Like, hey, we took in the 7th round. It's like, yeah, I got a hit. So can I call you later?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, crazy stuff. So they got to fix that. But this group here, this season in its entirety, I think that there's a reason why we've had the chance to speak with Ashley a lot, Brad, and she's very open about the things that she can be open about or should be open about, and very honest about that stuff as well. And then obviously she'll guard something that she doesn't need to. But one of the things that has really been interesting is in the middle of all of this success for this program throughout the season, literally from day one until now, is that they have also utilized this year as kind of a learning experience of who they actually want to become overall, not just the players that put the jerseys on, but the things that they're going to want to do to the ballpark, the upgrades, in-game promotions. Like, they basically, from what I understand, when they go on the road, kind of jot things down. They take tours. Sure. They do all this stuff. Yeah. That tells me that the investment here is beyond real. Like Ashley Chastain Woodard. I always forget to add the Woodard.
Me
part.
Too.
Yeah. But Ashley and her staff and Katie and all that, they get it. Like, they know you can sign the best players, but at some point in time, you're not going to be able to do that when this is what surrounds you. You have to sign elite players. I have found this whole process in year one. I think she has taken so many steps to get this program, like, just raise that floor. It's baffling, to be honest with you, what's been done in less than a year.
Yeah, in less than a year is exactly right. And it's neat because, she's moved into, you move into a new house, and then you figure how you want to make it fit for you. And, even like with just little things, she, when she first got here, there was all kinds of, well, what do we do with this part of the press box? What do we do with these suites? Or what can we do with these, and sometimes it's hard when, people like, me or other people that have been around for a while. It's like, well, we've always done this. So like, yeah, but we want to do this. So it's neat to have a new perspective. And, obviously everybody wants to upgrade or, make things a better fan experience or better for recruiting and things like that. So, you've got new administration here, obviously, that's open to it as well. So it'll be interesting to see just what changes do happen around. The facility is great. When they upgraded the softball and made it a true stadium about 10 years ago, it was a huge facelift. And of course they got the indoor hitting cages and all the amenities that most people don't see, to put it on par with a lot of the SEC things, but there's still things they can do to use the space better. And I know they struggle with that a little bit in the press box, right now, for one thing, because you've got these suites. All right, they want to use those more. But now that you're winning and you're getting more attention, yeah, we've got to find more space in the press box for people covering games. And, this past year, it was something I worked out this year as one of my many side things was to have, since we don't have radio for softball, but I had SGTV, which is the student Gamecock television thing, where they doing their own broadcasts for home games, but they do it like a radio broadcast because they can't shoot their camera on the games because of the ESPN rights and all that. So they just shoot the cameras on the student broadcasters and do it like a radio broadcast and just broadcast it on their YouTube page. But that was valuable space they were taking up that we didn't realize, man, we really need a lot of space for the more media that's covering us now. So it's going to be interesting to see what we do just from that standpoint in coming years, beyond what, because obviously we want as many people as we can covering the team as well. So it's an exciting time.
Well, I know that the credentials this weekend are allotted. They're out. I didn't request one because I'm going to bring my kids, and there's no really point for me to have one. There's no real space up there for all these people. I don't know where the hell they're going to go.
Yeah, I mean, they got some bar stools out. They'll put them outside a little bit on the upper deck there, and yeah, it's kind of old school. But hey, it's a good problem when you've got more people that want to cover you.
That's a great point. That's a wonderful problem. Ashley's going to look around today and go, we're going to need to fix this. We're going to need to fix that. Yeah, this is really exciting. As we mentioned, we did speak with her a couple of days, or not yesterday. I think it might have been yesterday. I don't know. But we had a couple of days ago, we did mention the ticket situation. For anybody wondering, the booklets are sold out, but they did, as Ashley pointed out, withhold some basically walk-up tickets. Those are available day 1, day 2, and day 3. If you would like to buy a ticket to today, and remember, you buy it for the day, not for the game. So if you get a ticket, you get into both. It's all general admin. Today's ticket is $26.50. Tomorrow there are 3 games scheduled, and that ticket is $39.50. And then again on Sunday, 1 or 2 games, hopefully just 1. And that would be a $22 ticket for all of you to get in. So if you want to buy tickets, head to GamecocksOnline.com, and you can buy tickets individually. Brad, we got to step aside for a quick break here. When we come back, we'll look at the rest of the regional and what it's going to take for Carolina to get through this. Just a couple of highlights and things like that from opposing teams that will be in town this weekend, and then maybe just get a tad ahead of our skis and start to think about what it could look like next weekend. I don't want to jinx anybody, but right. I'll at least put it on the table. So we'll do that. GamecockTraditions.com is where you can get your Carolina softball gear. Don't order it and have it shipped to your doorstep in time for a 5:30 game today. You actually have to walk through the door and pick it up and then get out to the ballpark. Gamecock Traditions in the Columbia area. We'll be right back. Remarkable. 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Yeah, that last voice you heard is a pretty good one. You're watching him right now, Brad Muller with the University of South Carolina. Gamecocks on the field tonight at 5:30. Real quick here, a couple of housekeeping items to mention before we move into the other teams that are going to lose. Oh, I'm sorry. We have respect for everybody. A reminder today. Third-ranked South Carolina women's golf opens the NCAA championships out in Carlsbad, California. They will be first on the tee box at 2:50 Eastern. 2:50 Eastern. If you want to watch this, you can't, but you can on Monday. Monday through Wednesday, the Golf Channel will provide television coverage. They are paired with second-ranked Arkansas and top-ranked Stanford. So go get them, Gamecock ladies. This is going to be a lot of fun. And can they win the national championship? We'll find out.
Yes, they can.
Yeah,
They're good.
They are really good. Really, really good. We got to get Meredith Taylor on to talk about this. And then also, Coach Chastain Woodard mentioned to us yesterday, keep your eyes peeled for the afternoon. And there was a reason for that, because 5 South Carolina softball players named to the Mid-Atlantic All-Region team. As announced by the National Fast Pitch Coaches Association, the NFCA. Jory Hurd, Ari Rohde, Lexi Winters named to the second team, Sam Gress and Quincy Lilio named to the third team. The 5 are the most since, no shocker here, 1997, when 6 names were called that year. So congratulations. Brad, if somebody said, who's your favorite player? Hell, I don't know. They're all my favorites.
Yeah, and it's not just because they're good, but when you get to know them a little bit and you talk to them, the personalities. I joke that every time I watch a game, I've got a new favorite player because it's a really neat group. All the ones you mentioned, would be on that list. Lexi Winters is another fun one. The catcher, Sam Grass. Those two I think have really been the heart and soul of this team this year. The pitcher and catcher, and it's just a fun group.
There's no doubt. Craig asked where the softball stadium is. It's where it's always been. It's never moved. It's been in the same spot forever. They just renovated it. It's
next to the old Sarge.
Yeah, right next to the Sarge. Right next to the Sarge in the track field. It's always been there. All right. Elon will be there today to take on Carolina. This is a team who's gotten hot at the right time, Brad, and that's what Carolina baseball is trying to do, obviously. The Phoenix are 33-19 coming in and coming off of a CAA championship where they took down 4th-seeded Campbell twice on Saturday to win this sucker. What do you know about the Phoenix? What are the challenges facing this club?
Like all these teams, as you mentioned, you're playing your best ball at the right time. They finished second in their league in the regular season, won their tournament. It's their first NCAA tournament since 2010, which is kind of neat for them. And they've got some fun players to watch if you're going to the game or watching on TV. Their senior outfielder, Caitlin Wells, who's a all-region selection as well. Check this out. She hit over 400, hit 417, had 16 home runs, which I think was second in that league, and was also a school record, and had 58 runs batted in, also a school record. And then they've got a really good pitcher in McKenna McCard, I believe is her name. She was all region, earned run average under 2. And just, and they got another a kid whose name I can't pronounce right now. Chloe Hatspoulis, I think is her last name. Yeah, she's hitting over 300 and I think has 11 home runs. So they got a couple of big bats, but Caitlin Wells, I think, will be the fun one to watch when you got, someone who's hit 16 bombs and is hitting, 417. That's pretty darn good when you're hitting for power and average. So those will be the ones to watch there.
On the pitching side of things,
Coach Chastain mentioned that. I said, you just went through the SEC and then you play in the SEC tournament. I hate to say it like this, but it almost sometimes kind of feels like it's a little bit of a breather when you get to the regional. Now, you don't want to have an off day,
right?
Because you go home, so that makes it important. But what's the difference? And she mentioned the depth in this league. They just keep rolling them out. And a lot of these teams have some outstanding players, but the Phoenix, Brad, they also have a star on the mound.
Yep. Yeah. McKenna McCord, as I said, with the ERA under 2. And, I would imagine you're going to see her more than once this weekend, as you'll see in softball. You ride your ace as much as you can. I'm assuming she's going to pitch in game 1 because obviously both teams want to stay in the winner's bracket. It is double elimination, of course. You're not dead if you lose. In fact, I think the last time the Gamecocks hosted in 2018, I think they came out of the loser's bracket to win it. I think they had to beat Liberty twice.
Liberty.
If I remember, that was the year Kristen White hit that walk-off home run, which was really dramatic, but another story. But anyway, it's fun. The depth is huge, and I think this is where South Carolina in this game. I'm not sure who's going to start in the circle. I don't know if Coach told you that, but they need someone other than Sam Gress to have a good outing. Sam is really shouldered the load the second half of the season, whether it's as a starter or as a reliever. But they need, whether it's Jory Hurd or Neely Lamb, if one of those two starts, they need a good outing out of them. It would be nice not to have to use Gress 3 times because you wear down, and occasionally you're going to have that game when you pitch that often where everything flattens out and they take a yard or something like that. So you would like to see one of those other pitchers have a really good outing, whether it's Hurd or Lamb, because they're certainly capable. So I would assume one of those two is going to start this evening for South Carolina. So we'll see how that goes. But I think that would be key in my eyes for the Gamecocks in this first game, is if you can get a really good start out of one of those other two pitchers. Not that Sam Gress can't pitch a bunch of times in a weekend, but it'd be nice if she didn't have to.
100% agree with that. Again, it's a 5:30 first pitch today. If you're headed to the ballpark, the Elon Phoenix 33-19, 21-6 in the CAA, and your South Carolina Gamecocks 40-15, 13-11. We'll come back more into the program that we cover around here in just a minute. But a lot of people maybe don't realize that even with 40 wins, South Carolina does not have the most wins of the 4 teams that are playing in the regional. No, that honor belongs to the North Florida Ospreys. They're 45-13, 22-2, Brad, in the ASUN. South Carolina is 7-1 all time versus North Florida. They are 3-1 all time versus Elon, and this was really astounding. 34-5 all time against the Virginia Cavaliers. They have a combined record in their history of 44-7 against the 3 teams that have a chance to beat them this go around. But North Florida first has a chance to beat Virginia in game 1 today. What do we know about the Ospreys?
That's going to be a fun one. Fun to watch, if you don't have a rooting interest, because, Virginia, for one, is a lot like South Carolina. We'll get to them in a minute. But North Florida, you mentioned 45 wins. This is the first time since they've been a D1 school that they're in the NCAA tournament, I believe. They were a D2 powerhouse for a long time. In fact, I used to work in the conference that they used to belong to, and they were D2. And they were always a big D2 because of their enrollment. They always had more money than anybody else. But they've had a traditionally really good program. And really, the young lady you're going to want to watch there is Allison Benning. She's a senior first baseman / pitcher. If she's not pitching, she'll play first. She might be the starting pitcher in game 1. But hitting wise, she's hitting over 400. She has 19 home runs and 50 runs batted in. That's enough to make you pretty darn good. Oh, by the way, she's their ace pitcher too. She's 24-5 with a ERA of like 1.5.
What?
Yeah. And it gets better. She's got 169 strikeouts, only 49 walks. So, more than 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio in 153 innings pitched.
Oh,
so,
my God.
Yeah. So she's striking everybody out and she's hitting bombs and she's hitting over 400. So, if you're saying, hey, who's the key player for North Florida? Look no further than Allison Benning, because she hits it and she prevents you from hitting it.
Holy cow. That doesn't happen in baseball, folks.
Nope.
Like
Babe Ruth, maybe.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani, but
yeah. And he goes down about every 3 weeks with something.
Right.
She apparently isn't going down. That is unbelievable.
Yeah,
oh my God.
I'm excited to see her now. Now, North Florida, they did not play a ton of Power 4 teams this year, but she, against everybody they played, she took care of business hitting and pitching. And 45 wins is nothing to sneeze at against just 13 losses, and obviously dominant in their conference. So I'm excited to see that result. Obviously, South Carolina fans are hoping that game goes. Wouldn't mind if that game went 15 innings, or whatever, and, burn up as much as you can, especially in the heat, today. But that's going to be fun to see, if they're of the mid majors that are in this bracket. North Florida is the better of the two, in my opinion. So going against Virginia, that's not a walkover game for UVA by any means.
Yeah, these teams, both North Florida and Elon, have been challenged throughout the year. They've played Florida. They've played Florida State, or at least North Florida has. I know Elon's played Duke and North Carolina and NC State and all sorts of programs. I think both of them share maybe matches against Ohio State and things like that. I see North Florida has played Arkansas. Now, some of these didn't go very well, obviously.
Right.
One of the other things I did notice too, Brad, which I think is really cool, both the Phoenix and the Ospreys, they get a lot of big-time programs coming to them, which is neat. They host tournaments and stuff like that, too, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, North Florida's in Jacksonville. It's easy to get to, and, with all the schools that are in Florida, it's kind of a destination. You can get in and out of there pretty easily, and they've got really good facilities there as well.
There's no doubt about it. And finally, Virginia, they've got North Florida, as we mentioned in Game 1. The Wahoos have been here before, about 3.5 months ago, as a matter of fact, and the Gamecock Invitational. They're 37-17, but they began the year 0-2, Brad, because they had a couple of leads in the first two games washed away by comebacks by the Gamecocks. One of them was a walk-off in the 8th inning, as a matter of fact, the second game of the season at Beckham Field. Tell us more about Virginia but I guess especially who is Virginia now versus who they were then?
Both teams that would like to think they're a lot better than they were in that opener, because even South Carolina won 7-6, and as you mentioned, 5-4 in 8 innings. But I think in one of those games, Gamecocks had a bunch of errors, which is not usually what they do. Virginia gave up leads late in both games, which is something they don't normally do. They've obviously had a strong season, finished very similar to what the Gamecocks did, finished 7th in the ACC. They were 14-10 in league play. Surprisingly, just their third ever trip to the NCAA tournament, but second year in a row. So they've got a lot of players that have been here before. Eden Bigham's a junior pitcher, was all ACC selection this year. If you remember it right, she had a perfect game earlier this year against Hofstra. 17-9, about a strikeout per inning for her, but she'd be their ace, Eden Bigham. She's a junior. They got a shortstop, Jade Hilton is her name, that I remember her being good against the Gamecocks, and she was good all year, so that hasn't changed as well. She was first team all ACC. She hit 17 home runs this year, hitting about just under 370, and I think she's one of their career leaders in home runs now. And then another one to watch there, Macy Eaton, who's got 12 home runs, hitting close to 350, and a school record 59 runs batted in. So, they lost 2 one-run games on the road to South Carolina at the beginning of the year. Not really bad losses. They just, somebody's got to win, right? And they just happen to lose a couple of one-run games. So I think we kind of know what they are. They know who we are. We're both, probably a little more polished than we were that first weekend. But they've got some folks that I just mentioned that have had outstanding years. It's a really good hitting team, Virginia. They hit over 300 as a team. So, they're going to get on base, and you got to just try to, minimize the damage.
Yeah, to Brad's point, 309 collectively, and they do play a bunch of players too. They have throughout the season. The Gamecocks, Brad, are one of the nation's best fielding teams at a 978 clip. We were talking to Ashley yesterday about the very uncharacteristic game that they had against A&M. Obviously, Carly got a little frustrated out there at second.
Yeah,
we understand. And those things happen, and at the end of the day, it didn't really affect anything. But that doesn't happen generally with South Carolina. It does with Virginia. They're at a 963 clip on the season. That's that's a bugaboo for the postseason. They're going to have to make sure that they're much crisper than that if they want to have a chance to win this thing.
Yeah, and it sounds simple, and as we sit here and say it, but if you're South Carolina or anybody playing Virginia, you got to put the ball in play. Put the ball in play, and you have a chance because they might kick it around a little bit, and you have to have good scouting reports on their pitching, but hit it hard, put it in play, and see what happens. Virginia, plays in a good league too. There's 9 ACC teams that made the tournament this year, so they're used to good competition, and they've overcome some errors. It was interesting with South Carolina's errors, as good as they've been defensively. I think they made like 32 errors or something like that all season long, and almost half of them were in a combined 3 games. They had, you can look at 3 games where they had a combined like 13 errors. So when they have a bad day, they have a bad day. They just don't have too many of them. But most of the time they're very good defensively. So hopefully that carries over into the weekend where they're making the plays they should. Because in this game, just like baseball, when you don't give teams more outs than they deserve, you got a better chance to win.
You got that right. South Carolina, by the way, has won 18 consecutive ball games over Virginia. That goes into that 34-5 overall record they've got against the Wahoos. But they don't play them first. They could play them second. We'll find out. North Florida, South Carolina has won 5 straight and leading that series 7-1 all time. The last time they played was in Columbia, and the Gamecocks clipped them 5-2 in March of 2015. And the last time that the Elon Phoenix took on your Gamecocks was in 2021 up in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. South Carolina throttled them 14-1 in that ball game. And as it pertains to the University of South Carolina softball program, who is set to host this regional, that's what we'll wrap with here with the great Brad Muller, the number 8 national seed. It is the second highest seed in program history. Doesn't take a genius to figure out what year the highest seed was. They were the number 2 overall seed in 1997, and that team ended up in Oklahoma City. It's the 25th all-time appearance in the postseason for Gamecock softball. And Brad, they're 50-52 all-time in the postseason. That is not a bad record. Quite frankly, they win games when they get there.
Yeah, and for those that aren't familiar, it wasn't just over one stretch. It's very similar to like with baseball, with all the different coaches they've had here with Joyce Compton, who was really the first, not the first, but really the coach that put South Carolina softball on the map. And then with Beverly Smith, they knock wood, haven't gone to and through very often. They obviously when Coach Compton was here, they had a few World Series trips, and then they added, the super regionals became a thing, not too long ago. Been there. Last time we were there was 2018. So they've made it to the championship game or regionals on the road many times under Bev Smith, but hopefully they can go a little bit further this year.
That's right. 10 of the last 12 now that Carolina has been in the postseason, Brad. So, they again, if you go actually dig it up and take a look at it, they do have history. By the way, since 1982, this is a game note that was sent to us. Carolina is 3-14 against host schools, meaning on the road in the regionals, but they're 18-11 at home. They've got a good history here. And it's the second time they've hosted one since Carolina Softball Stadium was renovated back in 2013. So what's the key here? They're healthy, they're happy. The A&M loss meant literally nothing. We talked to Ashley about the process and getting that top 8 national seed and all those types of things. But that's all gone now. Now it's about playing. You got to get out there and play ball. So knowing how they were playing at the end of the season by taking 3 of 4 from Alabama, when you include the SEC tournament, and translating that here into a regional in their own ballpark, what are some keys to them winning this thing, in your opinion?
I think it's like they've done all season, what you'd say for any weekend. Okay, do the basics right. Play good defense, which they do most of the time. Don't issue a lot of walks. Where we talked about that earlier. If you can get a quality start or appearances out of somebody other than Sam Gress, early on, and continue with the clutch hitting. They've been very successful with that and getting hits throughout their lineup. Top of the lineup obviously is huge. 1 through 4, had been tremendous all season long. Went into a little slump towards the end of the regular season, then seemed to kind of hit their stride again. Late there, a little bit in the SEC tournament. Just from that start, get those table setters on base, and let Rhodey and Chancey and Winters, bring them home and get off to a good start. Just keep doing what you've been doing that got you 40 wins already.
Yeah, you probably don't have to change much, and I know that they won't. I could word it a little bit differently too. If they get through this, the likelihood that UCLA is in town seems to be fairly high.
Right.
Woo, thank goodness they got the 8 seed, because I don't know of anybody that wants to hop on a plane and fly to Los Angeles to go play a regional. So they would be hosting them there. Do you know much about the Bruins, Brad? If
I do not. I haven't even looked
Okay.
that far ahead. I just know that for anybody making a cross country trip, man, that's tough.
It is.
It's tough.
It's very tough. I know. They earned this. They earned this. But obviously with a little bit of luck, they're home. All right. So there's been some records and things like that have been set this year. Obviously Ari Rhodey and the home run record. You got the walks record. You got things like that. Are there any other records that are in jeopardy of falling that you're aware of before we let you go?
Yeah, there's a few that were close. I'm trying to remember now because they had several. If they hadn't broken, they were on pace to. If they get a chance to play, more than 2 games this weekend and keep doing what they're doing. I did some research earlier this week. Let's see. There was we talked about the walks and the doubles. Let's see. The team batting average, the program record before this year is 312. Right now, the team's batting 311.
Whoa.
Team on base percentage for the year, the record is 407. Currently on base percentage 419. So a chance to break that. The doubles record is 95. They've got 93 so far. RBI 323 is the record. 315 is what they've got. They're 4 runs away from tying the school record for runs scored in a season. They've obliterated the record for walks in a year, on the good side, and fielding percentage. They've got a chance to break the school, single season, record there, fielding percentage. Then the individual records, obviously Rhodey with the home run record. She also broke the walks record, which is impressive as well. And actually Lelio also broke what was the walk record. She's second behind Rhodey now. So yeah, a lot of things have fallen.
Wow. And Rhodey is 11. She's 11 RBI away from tying Dana Fulmer for the RBI record as well. That's doable.
Yep.
That's doable. So we'll have to keep our eye. I'll have to keep looking through all of this here and see if there's anything else that I can muster up. You're better at it than the rest of us, but I'll have to kind of keep my eyes on it because I'm interested now. There could be that batting. I didn't realize the batting average record. That's incredible. Man.
Yeah, it's a lot could happen if they have a good,
and in this league this year.
Yeah, in this league, that's yeah, it's crazy what's been going on. Hopefully, in addition to records, hopefully they can just add some more wins this weekend.
Brad, you're a pro and you're one of the best at what you do. It is always an honor to be able to steal a bunch of your time. This is going to be a lot of fun, and I know that you're going to enjoy it. Being out around the ballpark, I'm sure you'll probably head out there soon. So have a blast, man. I'll give you a text when I get to town and look to maybe see you on Sunday.
All right, sounds good. Hope it's a good weekend for everybody, and thanks again for having me.
Always, thank you. Thanks for everything you do. We really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
There you go, Brad Muller, one of the great voices of your Gamecocks. We'll hit our final timeout. It's a 1:45 noon or 11:45, depending on whether you listen to Harry or Lloyd. We'll be right back.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
It's gone!
That ball is going to be out of here!
Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
Summer programming on the Chief Sports Network is presented by Electric Bikes Charleston. Enjoy your summer like never before. Visit electricbikescharleston.com. Go Gamecocks.
Oh, man. I texted Bill Satcher, the lead guitarist on that song the other day from 1,000 Horses. We were sitting by the pool, and I said, man, I got the greatest playlist ever created on. That's literally what it's called in my phone, the greatest playlist ever created. And there was 3 songs in a row from them that came on. I said, listen to y'all's tunes, keep kicking ass. Thanks for all you do. And he said, we just scheduled a show in August at the Newberry Theater. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, well, I'll be John Brown. Save me a couple of seats. So I think it looks like I'm headed to Newberry in August. You go up and see 1,000 Horses. Man, they're one of the – remember when they were on the show, that was a dream for me.
That was fun, man.
I've been listening to them for years. Mm-hmm. That was so cool. Jonathan Vegas, 7 under, even through 9 at the PGA Championship. JJ Spahn and Matthew Paven are at 5 under. Max Homa is at 4 under. Very interesting. You want to know why? Because Paven and Spahn are both 5 under today. And they're 5 under for the tournament. They're 5 under for their round. They were both at even par coming into the day, 7 shots off the lead. And Vegas through 9 hasn't gained a stroke. And these two cats are 5 under. And Spahn through 14, Paven through 12. Max Homa, he was 9 shots off the lead today. He came in at 2 over. He's 6 under through 15. Holy moly. Hold on to your hats. Projected cut is at 1 over up at Quail Hollow. You'll be watching the PGA Championship on CBS and ESPN. Have you picked a horse yet, Mad Dog? Have you picked a horse for the Preakness?
I'm just gonna go chalk and say journalism. That's where I think.
Boo that man. No, I can't say I blame you. I'm with Raphael. I wish they'd move this thing. If we're going to have horses then this happens a lot that they don't run, for health reasons, and we don't get a chance to see a shot at the Triple Crown.
Yeah,
I don't love it. I don't love it. But I will say, Sandman, John Velasquez. Where's he at today? Phil, where's he at today? What are the odds this morning? Oh, morning line odds 4-1. Okay. And the Black Eyed Susan runs today, right? So I love all of it, man. I enjoy watching. I secretly really want to see American Promise win. I just love the name, but probably because I love American Pharaoh. And
there you go. Yeah.
I'm like, man, American Pharaoh is one of the great names in horse racing history, and he ran like it too. Guy won the Triple Crown. But all right, so I'm going to go I think Sandman wins it.
Sandman. I like that.
Sandman.
Yeah. That would be my number 2 choice. Yeah.
Sandman.
So now I just need a third. That way I can do a win, place, and show bet.
Well, probably goal oriented. That's a Baffert horse. So
yeah.
I mean, if you're going to go win, play, show, and you got to look at the names. So if is Velasquez riding? Where is he? Who's he got? Who's Nick Juarez, another good trainer. Dwayne Lucas, or another good jockey. Dwayne Lucas obviously is a trainer. Baffert is a trainer. It's not always them, but I'm just saying if you're going win, play, show, and you don't know how to pick, it's better to just go with guys who've been there
before, right?
Yeah. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. Yeah. Know how to do it.
That's what I would do. That's for sure. I also want to give a special shout out with what's going on right now in it's different sports at South Carolina. Clearly, obviously, last night, great night for Gamecock baseball, and then they'll be back on the field tonight at 7:00 for senior night. We'll get to that in just a second. But you got golf going on. Both the men and the women are competing for a national championship. Brad just said, I said, well, maybe they can win it. And he said, well, they can. I mean, they're really good. Obviously, softball. I mean, we've had a bunch of like Olympic sports and stuff like that. And then obviously, just in addition to his main role with baseball. But I got to give a big shout out to, like, if there is one dude, you would call the backbone. Okay, Phil, the backbone. All right. Like everybody's got and maybe it's not the guy who's always in front of a camera or the guy who's always getting interviewed or the guy who's, there's always a dude who's a dude. He's a sounding board for everybody. Everybody knows him. Everybody has a great relationship with him or her. Can't find a bad word to say about him. They don't say anything bad about anybody else. Always happy, but they're also the best at their job. Got awards to prove it, the whole 9 yards. And then most importantly, people go on to be successful. And that's kind of all the proof you need. So I've been meaning to mention this for a while, but shout out to Billy Anderson at South Carolina, the best strength coach in college baseball. And he's over he's like, I guess, like director of athletic performance or whatever now. So he's over pretty much everybody else except for football. Although at one point in time, he almost took over football. Shout out to Billy Anderson and Tish, his wife. Like they're some of the best people ever. And they do so much for South Carolina. All you got to do, you can run back 25 years, ask anybody that's ever gone through any of the programs there, and he's gotten his hands on them from a strength standpoint and getting your body right and making sure that you are doing the things you need to do injuries are going to happen, Phil. Like there's going to be freak injuries. People are different, but overall, this guy's the best of the best. He's been, how many people have tried to hire this cat from South Carolina? I bet probably like 100. I'm not kidding. So I've been thinking about that. I keep putting it down in my notes and I never get it into the show. And I just felt like watching all these guys be successful. Billy, you're the man. And he might not be the tallest man, Phil, but he's bald like you, so it makes him a great person.
That's right.
And you don't want to mess with him. Just don't do
that. No, I wouldn't mess with him. Did you see how that guy's built? I don't care if he is short, man. He'll whip your ass.
He'll kill you with kindness. He draws you in, and then you're in the headlock and you're dead. Like you don't want to be there.
No, that's the guy you do not want to have his hands on you, right?
No. I mean, you'd be shocked at how many people, like even guys that like got to the pros and stuff, they would call him and be like, I'm having issues with this. Well, what's your guy saying in the organization? I don't trust him. I only trust you, Billy. And the relationships he's built with their wives and husbands of all these athletes. He's just, golly, he is like everything you want in a Gamecock. So I've been meaning to get that out there. I owe him an apology because he deserves that more than just once every so often. As far as South Carolina baseball goes tonight, any of you that will be at the ball game tonight, stand up, cheer loud.
for the seniors when they are recognized. This is, their parents, and especially in a season like this where things have been difficult, you don't ever want to, regardless of what's going on, you don't ever want to go out on a losing note. And I don't know what the future holds for the seniors of South Carolina baseball. Again, Dalton Mayshore, who's, in here 1 year as a transfer. Talmadge LeCroy has played his entire career here. We'll see if he decides to stick around or not. He does have another year. I know he's certainly been frustrated. The pride of Belton, South Carolina. Evan Stone out of Dutch Fork and from Irmo. Dylan Eskew, Kennedy Jones, Caleb Jones, transfer from Winthrop. Eskew came in from Chipola. He's out of Tampa originally. Kennedy from Norfolk and played at Greensboro. Jordan Carrion, the 6'1 senior from Miami, but by way of Gainesville and Tallahassee. And then, of course, Matthew Becker, the big, tall left-hander from Chapin, South Carolina. Phil, you don't know if these guys are going to get to play again or not. Some of them are probably going to get a chance in pro ball, and some aren't.
Yeah.
And how far do they take that? How far do they go? I don't know, but I do know this, 100% know this. Tonight they'll be honored. They'll play again tomorrow, and then they've got at least one more game in the SEC tournament. But at some point in time here in the near future, their careers are coming to an end in college baseball. And I can tell you, mine came to an end a little bit of a different way. But when you know that that's it, it's really hard to grasp the last basically 20 years of your life, because every waking moment that you didn't get to go on fishing trips. You didn't have spring break. You didn't get to stay out late on Friday nights and party like all the other college kids did. You didn't get to do all these things in the summers that everybody is on summer break and they're earning some cash and they're going out chasing women around the beach and this, that, and the other. Baseball players don't get to do that. And then when you get to college, guess what? You really don't get to do it because you got to go on and play summer ball. And that's what you do. That's your whole life. And then you get back. Everybody talks about the commitment of football. I'm going to tell you right now, football doesn't work nearly as much as big college baseball players do. Not even close. They play 60-plus games a year, and then they go play 20-plus, 30 more games in the summer, and then they come back and they play 10 to 12 games in the fall. That's a lot. It just never ends. And then when it's over, and it's hard, and it's harder for their parents. So if you see any of these parents tonight, any of these players, and you're at the ballpark, shake their hand, give them a hug, and tell them thank you for being Gamecocks, because there's a lot that goes into this regardless of what the results have been. And every one of those names I just rattled off there, they're all really, really, really good kids.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's sad, and every one of those guys, they're dreaming of moving up to the next level, and the reality of it comes crashing down in, this time of year, right? And that this is it for some of these guys. It really is. And it's extremely important to recognize that these guys did not have to come to Carolina when they did. For whatever that drew them to this program. And like you said, irrespective of the results this season, they still deserve, big hugs and hand pounds, as you like to say.
There's no doubt. And if I left anybody out, and I might have, let me confirm and make sure that I'm sorry. I mentioned, I did not mention Roman. Golly, I am sorry, Roman Kimball. Roman's a great kid who transferred here from Notre Dame. And so my apologies to Roman Kimball, who probably deserved more innings this year. I know he was working on things and has had some rough moments and things like that. But hat tip to Roman Kimball as well. And, like I said, give these guys hugs if you see them. They certainly deserve it. Well, gentlemen, I got to go because Riley is sick, and we got to get to the doctor and figure out what's going on with her. And
Fun
we got to
times.
be there in less than 30 minutes, and it's Charleston, and you don't ever know. So, so we gotta go do that. But thanks to Brad Muller and Coach Stuart Lake for joining us earlier, and we'll finish with this. Go Gamecocks softball. Hope to see some of you at the yard this weekend over at Beckham Field. Gentlemen, have a great weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Muller on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Here we are on a Friday afternoon, about to close the week here. Phil, Mad Dog Mullinax here, JC Sherbert over there, all ready and lined up to talk about absolutely everything. Softball regional kicks off, what, now? Here? Soon, actually.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Oh, okay. North Greenville. North. Yeah, well, hey, hats off to Landon and his North Greenville, not Crusaders anymore, is it? Anyway, it's North Greenville University. They are up against Catawba today, and if they get through the number 1 seed, Catawba, look like they have a fairly easy path. Not easy, but a less difficult path to get to their championship. But hey, listen, championship path for softball starts tonight at 5:30, specifically for the Gamecocks against Elon, as they are the regional host and will take on the Phoenix today. Hopefully get through that one and then win 3 more games, I think is all you need at that point. 1, 2.
Oh, did you mean the softball regionals in general or the ones in Columbia?
Well, I think
in general.
Yeah.
Bad.
No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
I shouldn't be talking to you. God, I forgot. I'm sorry.
I know. And of course,
I'm not talking to you today.
That's right. It's North versus South up in the second city today. As
Dude,
the White Sox travel up the road to Wrigley.
The game's at like 1:20, and I'm like, God, I wish I didn't look ahead at the schedule. Nat mentioned it to me this morning, and I was like, but it's at Wrigley, so the tickets are ridiculous.
Oh, I could only imagine.
You know, if it were a guaranteed rate, it would usually be at night at guaranteed rate, you know, and so I can't even believe I'm calling it the Comiskey or whatever that hunk of junk is they built. You know, they built it like right beside the old Comiskey.
Right.
Because the home plate for the old Comiskey is in the parking lot. And you look at like the aerial view, and this is Chicago, man. They there's the baffling decisions they make. So the new park, or what they call the new park, it's almost 30 years old. The outfield has a extremely pleasant view of a couple of housing projects and some liquor stores, and then, you know, and then on down the south end, you know. If you go walk around the ramp to get up the stadium and you look out behind, like if you're facing away from home plate in the ramp to walk up to the upper deck, which is worse than Williams Rice ramp, by the way, there's a beautiful skyline of downtown Chicago. Right. So it's facing kind of south-ish. If they'd have just turned the thing around like the old Comiskey was, they would have had like a Founders, because Founders Park has one of the best outfield skyline views.
Baseball city in the backdrop.
You would have had this because the Cubs don't have that. You know, they they don't face. So you would have had like this picturesque view of the city. Chicago's got there's a lot of great architecture in Chicago, beautiful skyline, beautiful buildings. They're the best buildings. They're the most beautiful buildings.
Terrific.
People are saying. They say,
right? People say
anyway, but no, but they didn't. And I'm like, and I, you know, they never gotten an explanation for it. You know, there's no like, well, they couldn't because of this, that, and the other. I'm like, just lie to me. Be like, well, the beef sandwich pipeline, it has the au jus sauce. You know, it didn't really reach. Or just lie to me. Well, who made that decision? I mean, this is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we cannot.
I'm thinking this, though. There's a highway that runs right by the ballpark, 94.
Oh, right.
I'm thinking maybe it was because the highway was back there. But the old one faced, I mean, I don't know. And look, anyway, Chicago. But anyway, that would have been like Founders Park, them building the outfield, the grandstand where the outfield is, and having it face back toward Whaley's Mill. Or not Whaley's Mill, the other mill back there. Granby Mill, the Mill Village, instead of the skyline. Yeah. So anyway, terrible. In the Nana's Porch chat box today, hope to have an active day there. Ben says split screening the regionals and ITG doesn't get better than that on a Friday afternoon. So
not bad. I mean, you know, you could do a lot worse, Ben.
The Queen of the Cocks chimes in from the Show Me State. Hope the weather's holding up for you, bud. Building so beautiful, the likes that no one has ever seen before. Some call them the greatest. There are. I mean, seriously, Chicago. That's one thing about the city, because you know, out when you don't visit, right? When you're just outside it, like before I moved up here, I was thinking it looked a lot like, you know, Beirut in the 1980s, or Detroit, or some of the places I've been that are just. I've never actually been to Detroit, but I was thinking it was a war zone, right? You know, nobody goes outside after dark because that's what you hear. But the downtown area and it's what they call the Loop is actually quite beautiful. I mean, it's really the river, Chicago River runs through. I mean, it's a relatively new city too. You know, it's not like in New York, you have old. Philadelphia is old and smell old. You know? And I mean, you go through Philadelphia and you like see things from the 1600s and stuff. Chicago is sort of new. I mean, I guess 1801 is when it really got started. Turn of the century is really started growing, but there's gorgeous architecture. So I'll never understand why the White Sox did that. I just wish they were at home tonight because I'd probably consider going. because tickets are would be plentiful there. It's a bigger ballpark than Wrigley, but and they play again at 1:20 tomorrow. So I don't know. I may go look at ticket prices because you can take the train in,
Right.
Here.
I've never ridden the L in Chicago. We did not ride the L in Chicago.
The L takes you to Wrigley, and then what's called the Metra takes you to guaranteed rate from out here. So I think the L is another town like in Lamont near me. There's no train at Homer Glen, thank God. But all the little hamlets that's around here have Metra or the L. And you could take the Metra into the whatever the main train station is and then take the L out. I've not been to a game at Wrigley, but I've been out there a couple of times. Once when my friend Lucas came to visit and he wanted to see it, and then once during the pandemic. And the L's pretty cool. I mean, you get on it and it's like it's an elevated train. You're up there and you're like, oh, look at all the people below me. It's not
driving on top of the city.
Now, if you've been trouncing around Chicago all day and walking, and you've probably gotten in 30,000 steps, and the elevator's broken, and you have to walk up that bad boy. It's a Disney World level, like monorail ride. Sit down, Phil.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
At Disney World, the end of the day, and you finally get to sit down and your feet are swollen. I mean, dude, bro.
They got the air cranked up on that thing, and you're like, bliss. That's right. Yeah. That's exactly what went into my head.
Here of the door. Wayne chimes in for the Nana Sports chat box on coffee this morning. Do you really think we can get all those guys? No. I said they're not going to get everybody when I was saying that, but do I think they could get? I mean, they should get most of them, a lot of them. I don't even want to say most, but they're in-state players. South Carolina's batting about 800 getting in-state players for more than 10, 15 years. It would be different if they didn't. But the competition is going to be there. I don't think Clemson's just going to look at those guys and be like, oh, we don't need them.
Yeah, that's right. No, we're good.
But it's set up. Sometimes things are set up a certain way. I don't want to overstate the 2027 class and act like the future of the program depends on it, because it's early and it doesn't always turn out that way. But, Carolina didn't get everybody under Spurrier from within the state. I mean, there are players they lost. It just happens. It's recruiting. But, what you got to look at it like is it's like baseball. Not really like baseball. You don't want to bat 300. You want to get a high percentage. Your share. I always say your share. So, Russell mentions the Chicago fire. The cow burnt the whole city down. They had to rebuild. Yeah, that's part of it too. I don't know why I didn't mention that, but I really didn't mean to talk about Chicago that much. I'm just mad at Phil because I have to do this show with him today, and we're rivals today.
We are. This weekend,
I got my rivalry. And I was hoping my wife was listening, but I think she had kind of a busy day ahead of her at work with some policies that she has to work through.
Right.
I'm like, so Russell said he's always wanted to visit Chicago. Well, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll host a shindig, a happy hour. Carolina plays at Notre Dame in the playoff next year. Because that's really it. South Bend doesn't have a lot of hotels. Now there's a casino in New Buffalo, Michigan has a shuttle bus. It's kind of check this out. Trust me, like 30 minutes from there. But it's a lot of folks stay in Chicago and then ride over for the game.
Oh, I don't know why I never put that together.
Oh yeah, South
Bend's right there at the Michigan border. Yeah,
I did go to the casino. Here's a funny story. Since it's Friday, and I ain't got no job, and I ain't got anything to do.
I ain't got crap to do.
I ain't got nothing to do. But so one day her mom calls, and her mom speaks Thai. They speak Thai on the phone, and I know a couple of phrases, and I need to learn it. It's hard when I was never very good at language anyway. Phil, I'm sure you were, since you're apparently a scientist. With your AP physics and chemistry.
I did okay in language.
I've known Phil 20 years, man, and that's like something I never knew about him. More than 20 years, heck, since the 90s.
I know. Yeah, it's been.
I never knew
now.
he had AP chemistry and AP physics, and I knew he's smart, but I didn't know scientific smart.
I was probably taking them when we first met.
Probably so. Nevertheless, so I'm sitting here and the phone rings. It's June or something, and and she's like, "Hey, Mom's at the casino in New Buffalo." I was like, "Where's that at? Michigan?" She's like, "You want to go?" I was like, "That's far." I was like, "Well, we get a hotel or whatever," and it's not. It's like straight across the top of Indiana on, I think, I-80.
90.
90, yeah, 80, because so you just go straight across the top of Indiana, and it kind of curves up, and you're right there in the little tail of Michigan on Lake Michigan. You keep going, I've heard the west coast of Michigan's gorgeous, fishing villages and the like. But that's one of those commercials, Pure Michigan, and all you're thinking about is Detroit.
Yeah.
and the auto plants, and they're like, Pure Michigan, huh? Now, Michigan's beautiful, but in certain most parts of it. And so we go over there, and it only took like an hour and 5 minutes, and now we didn't get stuck in getting out of Chicago and going through Gary, Indiana, and all that, but it's not that far. So how you get to South Bend is you're heading that way, and then you just break off on another highway. So South Bend's only like an hour and a half, tops. It's like from Spartanburg to Columbia. Now, traffic is a factor, especially, again, getting out of the metro area. But, a lot of people, I have a lot of Georgia buddies, and when they came up to play Notre Dame in 2017, like my buddy drove to Chicago and stayed in Chicago, that drove over for the game. And also, it's not, I mean, there's a ton of Notre Dame people that live in here, and that's why it's right there. So hey, I mean, I think Carolina would have been a better representative of college football than Indiana was last year, right?
Yeah, well, probably.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine Lenora Sellers on that Friday night game at South Bend?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that would have been lit.
Dude, I don't think I could have. I would have had to have not been here. Like Nat would have, or something. I don't know how I would have felt about that. So anyway, yeah, you want to visit, come on up when there's Notre Dame thing. Maybe if they get this Big Ten SEC challenge thing going, I don't expect South Carolina to get Ohio State or Michigan. I think it's going to be Northwestern, Iowa's close, But by the time they get that thing rolling, I'm probably going to be back with you folks. So I'm not going to be here. Hopefully. God, please.
Oh, God, I know.
So anyway, I forgot to tell you. So she called up. You want to go to the casino? I was like, yeah. So we roll over there. And in that moment, her mother quit gambling. Now, keep in mind, when I first met these people, her dad in English explained to me, we have $3,200 gambling bill every month. And you go in their basement and there's all this swag from casinos.
Right.
George Foreman, RIP, grills from here to, I would say from here to China, but from here to Thailand, golf club bags, luggage out the yang, coffee pots, spice rack. I mean, anything, tote bags galore, anything you get from a casino. Every casino within a 250-mile radius of here, they have swag from, because they're members of the Players Club. So I get there and I'm expecting to see something amazing. Like I'm thinking this lady's a card shark.
Right.
Because she's weird. I mean, it's like one day I'm sitting there and the roofing guy is there because their roof needed to be, and he's talking about charging the insurance and all this other stuff. And they don't speak. I mean, they've been in this country for a long time, but they prefer to speak Thai, and they want to make sure somebody's not hearing their accent, taking advantage. So now they're there. And they go back and forth, and he's talking about the insurance and all this. And he's like, well, if you want the extra upgraded gutters and all that, it's $20,000. She's like, 20,000. Writes him a check. All right.
Sure.
So I don't know, we've always kind of suspected, like, where does all this money come from that they have? I mean, we So anyway, they, you know, I guess that was like it was nothing, you know, 20,000, okay, you know. And I'm like, and you had a $2,500 worth of gamble. So I'm expecting this lady, you know, to like be a card shark, right? Because she's got her friend Loopy, or I think her name's Loopy, or and then Paydo. Pay means pie. Pie means woman. Like everybody's like your name would be, if you were a woman, you would be Pie Phil.
Pie Phil.
Pie Phil.
That's right.
So Pilu or something was, I think that's her name, was there, and I'm expecting to see a show. I'm excited, right? Because I'll do a little blackjack at the tables, and then I'll sit there and put in quarters and play Keno at the machine, and you know, do sports book and enjoy the complimentary beverages. And I get there, and she's like, "I just quit gambling." Never got to see it.
No, had to shut it down. She couldn't let you in on the secrets, man. She had to cut that
She
off.
retired, and that was it. I was like, I've never seen it. I'm assuming she went out on top. And then Nat tells me that she had hit a slot machine for $250 on a $2 bet right before that, and decided, like Peyton Manning, hey, I may be past my prime, but I'm going to go out a winner.
I'm going out on top.
So, that's my mother-in-law story. My mother-in-law story here for you, here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. But yeah, Wayne, coffee. I really, by the way, on coffee this morning.
Uh-oh. I think we lost JC. We did lose JC. That's all right. We're going to – oh, are you back? No, you're back. You're back. Can you hear
I got
me
a text that there's storms. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I got a text that there's storms rolling in, and it's blue sky, the window I have access to. I don't know. They probably have some kind of moment where they stop the internet in Illinois for like 2 seconds so they can charge a tax. You know, stop and pay the beef. You know,
That's right. Yeah.
Stop and pay the beef toll. So anyway, yeah, I had my computer off up until 10 minutes before we came on. I always turn it off. Anyway, coffee. So we were, you know, I went through the whole, we had a conversation with Alex yesterday that will be up on our YouTube page to check out because he's been seeing these guys in person. And so big picture wise, Phil, I just am convinced that, that this looks like on paper another opportunity. And I went through it, and I guess this got lost to me. I've always believed there's talent in the state. I've always believed you can build a foundation recruiting the state. There's too many dudes that like come out of nowhere consistently in this state to just, you know, not take everybody that you think is good enough, right? Yeah. Now, don't let it blow up in your face and you know, turn a guy down that can help you. That's happened. Not all, it happens in every state, but you know, but there really hasn't been that many. And I guess it got lost on me until I looked, and because I haven't had time to go back. And this would be something, if I had absolutely nothing to do, I may be excited to put together, but a 10-year like college football playoff era, because we're going up on 10 years on that, draft numbers from states, like where they went to high school, what state produced what player. South Carolina was like at 49. North Carolina was at 96. Georgia, well over 200. Every state in the South had more. Louisiana had 103. And I wrote today and said today, never ask why LSU should not be winning national championships. They don't have as many people in Louisiana as they do in South Carolina either. But they put out 103 NFL players over a 10-year period. That's a lot of talent. Well, honestly, that's why I won the national championship. And then we went to Ohio and got Joe Burrow. But all those great players, Phil, those receivers, most of them all were from Louisiana.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's why Nick Saban left Michigan State in like a thief in the night and took that job. Because for years before he got there, I mean, they were in a 20. Now, I don't know how you mismanage LSU football. now that Saban came and resurrected it, and we've seen Les Miles and Ed Orgeron win national championships there. I don't know how that's why Brian Kelly's there. It is a gold mine.
Right.
And it's not like here where you got Clemson people, or Alabama where you got Auburn people, or Georgia where you got Atlanta and a ton of transplants, or North Carolina where they don't believe in football. I don't know. No, or Virginia where the two in-state schools are, one's over in the mountains in the southwest corner, and that's the bigger one, and the other one it's hard to get into. I mean, there's unique situations in every state. Tennessee, Knoxville is in the east. It's a long state. It's 178 miles to Nashville. But they don't have to deal with any of that. Any of that.
No.
And it is and then you're close to Houston and Mobile, the I-10 corridor. I mean, dude, it's how do you mess that up? But for 20 years, they were just okay. They went through great coaches like Jerry DiNardo, who I like, who I know. But Curly Hallman, they hired Curly Hallman over Steve Spurrier.
How'd that
Steve
work
Spurrier. Well, Steve, I just don't believe that winning at Duke is as good as what Curly Hallman has done. He's right up the road in Hattiesburg and won at Southern Miss. He had Brett Favre.
Hey, couldn't convert.
Maybe Curly didn't have Brett Favre. Maybe he did. I don't know. Brett was what, early 90s? Queen of the Cox says you just don't walk in and steal recruits from Tulane. That's why Tulane's good.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why they're able to put it together with a real coach.
Now I'm thinking, their school was like, they were talking about like shutting the whole school down. It was underwater during Katrina. That's what I'm talking about. What kind of parade of morons has coached at Tulane up until, Willie Fritz? I mean, between Tommy Bowden and Willie Fritz, who has been coaching there? I mean, 103. So anyway, my point is that number for South Carolina, 49, is low. I mean, I haven't admittedly gone back and looked, Phil, at the previous 10 years, but I bet it's higher. I bet it's ahead of some of these other states. Alabama had 90, for example, Mississippi 56, Tennessee 53. I mean, it used to be Tennessee did not put out the talent South Carolina did. That's why they came to South Carolina to get talent. So it has been a little bit down. I don't know the reasons for that. Maybe people in the chat box can speculate. Is there something with the high school football? I know it's been a banner stretch for basketball players. You had the top 2 picks in the draft a couple of years. I mean, a lot of basketball talent. So I don't know. I don't know why that is. But the point that I was making on coffee was this 2026 class, when you looked at it early, it was like, gosh, there's more guys with offers. And there are. 2026 is a step forward. If you're looking at like a bar graph, that's upward, right?
Right. Yeah.
And it is missing 2 players. I've said it before, because Gidron and Murph would have been up there toward the top with Currents and Apollo Anderson, all those cats. But and Giles, I guess. But they they're already at Carolina. So you're 2 ahead. So on paper, it may not look as much. This 2027 group, you're talking about already 2 guys that are 5 stars, basically. They don't give, I don't know why, they don't give the star ratings. I mean, it's kind of, if you're 1 through 32, you're going to be a star, 5 star. So you may as well just do it. I think what they do is they try to keep fans for, he lost a star,
Right.
But there's 2 already there. There's another guy in the top 60. There's another that's number 101. So there's basically essentially 4 top 100 guys. And then there's 8 players ranked in the top 247 already.
Yeah.
One of them, Carolina hasn't offered yet, but they have offered 3 in-state receivers if you count Sequel Patterson as a receiver. So receiver is a position this state produces a lot of. You got 3 already, maybe 4 or 5. You got 2 running backs. That's something that's been rare. It's been a drought at defensive tackle. There's 2 defensive tackles already known with offers. The player from Irmo, Carson, and then Carson, and then the kid from South Point, Tillman. You've got defensive end and Jaden Bryant at Irmo. You've just got players already, and there's going to be more that pop up. And so the last time this happened, and you had, players that were considered consistently right in a row among the best in the country, and it played out that way. The Gilmore and Jeffrey class, the Lattimore class, the Clowney class, you get Brandon Shell in there, AJ Cam. I mean, you got you had a run on talent. Mike Morgan says this. This is what I was talking about on coffee. So my question is, South Carolina is very uniquely positioned, right? Because they've been getting most of the talent in the state, and they have a staff that's, you're not going to have to fight the whole he's going to retire with Shane Beamer.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have to be concerned about, all the good recruiters leaving because the athletic director don't want to give them a multi-year contract, and then all of a sudden disasters start rolling in on the recruiting trail and arrogance sets in. Shane Beamer has a great passion and energy for, and I'm not putting Steve Spurrier down. I wouldn't trade that era for the world. But if you think about it, this is a very positive for South Carolina. If you think about, well, the last time this happened, they got a bunch of good players, and things are different now, admittedly. The program went 42-11 over 4 years. They were the best team in the division in the East 4 straight years. They didn't win the East because they screwed around with the West.
Right.
They're the best team in the East all 4 of those years. So I'd like to get another crack at it like that, if you're a Gamecock. And I think for those, and there are some out there that worry that there's some sort of window. That's window talk, I think, is kind of loser talk. And you're not a loser if you think there's a window. I think it's more of an opportunity with Lenore Sellers. Like, there's an opportunity. That doesn't mean it's the last opportunity. No. That doesn't mean you blew it. I mean, obviously there's some regret, but you're not a loser if you think there's a window, right? I'm just saying, sometimes it's like, why? It's the same school of thought that said, well, Spurrier's the only guy that can win. Well, Spurrier left some meat on the bone. You're just going to let the ants and maggots eat that the rest of that chicken. That's kind of gross. But anyway, I've always rejected that. But for those that, need more than what for me to say, than what I say, and that's fine. You probably shouldn't just listen to what I say. Beyond Sellers and whoever else is here right now, that 2026, 2020, and especially the 2027 class, you get your share of those guys, and you get enough of them, and then you keep recruiting like you're recruiting, and you got the portal at your disposal, and good players that are young on the roster this year, next year that are in the pipeline. You can make some things happen.
Yeah.
Just like you did back then. And then after we go to break, Phil, because I know we got to go, I'll say this. I'll fill you in, for some that feel like, it's going to be 2014 next year. I'm going to take you back in time, speaking of the Spurrier era, and tell you a little story about a man named Jed. Anyway, poor Mountaineer
barely kept his family fed.
Bill says in the porch box, in the dentist chat porch box, Jerry Seinfeld's at the township tonight. That's gonna be a great show. Really mad respect for Seinfeld. Phil, oh my God, why would you not do that? Why do you think there's a window?
It's a window,
Jerry. I was told Jerry, there's a window. Kramer. Well, I mean, to tell you this, Jerry, there's not a window. George, there's a window. I can't do a sign. I can do the others. Kramer, I nail Kramer, and then it all goes to poop.
Right, yeah. I
can do this. Jerry,
right.
Jerry. then I mess it up. Never, ever forget that Kramer had a fighting Gamecock named Little Jerry Seinfeld.
Yes, Little Jerry.
Little Jerry Seinfeld. Anyway, want to tell everybody there's a Johnny O trunk sale at Britain's on Divine Street in Columbia. So if you're in Columbia, maybe Bill, you can get by with the. Bill says actually you can get by before the my Kramer sounds like Newman. Hello, Newman. Hello, Jerry. Wait, is that it? Is that it? Maybe that is good. Thanks, Bill. Maybe before Seinfeld tonight, you can get by Britain's of Columbia and take advantage of the Johnny O trunk sale that they are having yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Right there, Britain's on Divine Street. My friend Perry hit me up yesterday and was talking about it. So check that out. I know many of you like the Johnny O. You wear the Johnny O. I could lose some weight. Phil looked good in Johnny O. He's got a nice slender build. We'll be back after this.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia. Yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Rolling on here on Friday. Just got through talking about the kind of the rise in the 26 and 27 in-state recruiting classes here at South Carolina. And hopefully those players will, like you said, JC, Carolina should get their share of those players. And with the track record that we have here at Carolina, you more than likely are going to be impact players after some development, if not at certain positions immediately. So a lot of hope. A lot of hope here. Of course, it is a theme with our state, the word hope, not just with South Carolina athletics.
Dum spiro spiro. Did I say it? Dum spiro
Dum
spiro.
Doom spiro spero.
Doom
That's right.
spiro spiro. See, Phil knows Latin.
While I breathe. Now, here's how old we are, JC. When I was in high school, Latin was still offered at Greenville High as a language.
They don't offer Latin anymore?
I don't believe it is is offered any longer.
That's stupid.
It is kind of silly.
Because look,
especially for the legal and medical fields, I mean, Latin would be important.
Well, if you like, that's I guess I'm obligated to learn Thai before Latin, but I've thought about learning Latin because if you learn Latin, number one, like, the meaning of things in English, like definitions, right. You don't have to Google it. But if you learn Latin, Spanish, French, and Italian is pretty easy.
Yeah, it does. It opens them all up. And Portuguese, too.
The romantic languages it's you're 60-70% of the way there.
Yeah.
Then you can enjoy a beautiful mass in Latin.
That is true.
I think it's a great language. I don't understand it. Ben says most schools offer French. Why am I...
It's like you're turning everything into like
French or Spanish these days,
if you will.
Ben rolls and says he saw Tulane play ECU in 2007 when Bob Toledo was their head coach. That was a terrible hire. One of the worst coach teams I've ever seen in my life. Skipping the Pirates boat raced them. Yeah, that was Bob Toledo was pretty good at UCLA. That was a guy that had won some other places. And they brought him in. Oh, we're gonna hire Bob Toledo.
It's a hell of a moniker, though. Bob Toledo.
Bob Toledo. I like that name, too.
Yeah,
Russell said both of my girls take Latin at their school. It's a private Christian school. Yeah, so when they go to college, if they want to, whatever language they take, they want to take Spanish and French and Italian, it's going to be right there. Tiffany says, is Britain's the clothier? Yes, on Divine Street. That Britain's. They're having a Johnny O trunk sale. If you get by there, you can't miss Perry. He's got suspenders on and glasses. He's the owner and operator and a good guy. And if he helps you, be sure to tell him you heard about it on the show.
Yeah, very friendly.
Do that for me.
Great guy, Perry.
Yeah, he's not paying me a dime for this, but I shall tell you a story since it's Friday. Right before my wedding, me and the boys didn't have any pants that fit. We realized that. And then we went to the store and we're like, none of these are a proper fit for a wedding. So I called Perry on the phone. I was like, listen, man, I'm gonna give you our sizes. Can you just do this, ship them to me overnight? And he cut me a deal and got it done.
Nice.
Communicated with me. They were great. The pants are great. Cole's pants are great. My pants are great. Caden ended up getting the flu and not being able to come. But he's got those pants to this day, and they fit wonderfully.
He's got a good fitting pair of pants. I'll tell you what.
My God, it's a fine American pair of pants. They are right now. So I owe Perry, but he's friends with a lot of people I know too. Just a great guy, and I know all of you like the Johnny O. Russell says, "Wish they had my size. I'm too big for Johnny O." So am I, Russell. So am I. You've heard of too fat to fly. Too fat for Johnny O.
Too fat for Johnny O.
Kreger says he brought his Chief Sports hat out last night to eat. Awesome.
Nice. Thanks, Kreger. Appreciate it.
Speaking of too big, my head's too big for hats. That's why I wear visors. Anywho. Yeah. So that's Latin's awesome. Gosh, I forgot. Oh, yeah. So I'll tell you another story, and this is Gamecock related. So there's a lot of concern, and I think it's a sign of progress more than anything with this program, is that there's a lot of like deep concern over depth. and like, I guess, losing a lot of players. And they did. They lost a lot of talent. The draft numbers were probably not as big as I thought they would be, but then you start going down the list, all the undrafted free agents. It's a bunch. It's historic, probably, as far as players they lost. But I'm gonna just roll this out, right? So I'm looking at the 2012 depth chart. Now, this is per Wikipedia. I think it's probably pretty accurate. For the Clemson game in 2012. 2012 is considered to be one of the best teams South Carolina's ever had. Now, 2011 was pretty salty defense, right?
Yeah.
2011 had Melvin Ingram, Stephon Gilmore. I mean, a lot of good players, right? You look at the 2012 draft for South Carolina. There are a lot of names. 2012 draft. Stephon Gilmore, number 10 overall pick by the Bills, first rounder. Melvin Ingram, 18th to the Chargers, first rounder. Alshon Jeffrey, that's on offense. He's second rounder to the Bears, not Bears. Number 13 or 45 overall. Pick 13 in the second round, 45 overall. Rokevius Watkins, their best offensive guard. Number 150 overall, fifth round. Antonio Allen, who made play after play after play, seventh round. And Travian Robertson, who's now coach here, also in the seventh round, starting defensive tackle. All right, that's fine. So let me just roll out the two deep for Clemson. And somebody may have gotten hurt this year, but this is the best way to look at it, because this is with all the injuries. And I know Connor Shaw was actually injured for this game, but so at defensive line, Phil, two ends, NFL guys. Devin Taylor at one end, who was a multi-year starter, and Jadeveon Clowney at the other. So my question is, can they find a guy to produce as much as Devin Taylor this year at that spot? Behind those two were a very young Chaz Sutton and Aldrick Fordham.
Not all that deep.
A D tackle, the starters were Kelsey Quarles, good player, really had his best year in 13, and Byron Gerardo, who was a first-year 5'10" defensive tackle from junior college, originally from Colleton County. Behind him, a very young JT Surratt and Gerald Dixon Jr. All right. So, no offense to any player.
No.
Let me roll the starting linebackers. Starting Mike linebacker was DeMario Jeffrey. I think Polk, maybe not Polk, but Shaq Wilson was hurt at this point. So he was in this mix. But starting linebackers, DeMario Jeffrey with Reggie Bowens behind him. Starting linebacker Quinn Smith at the weak side. They ran a 4.25. Nobody listed behind him. Starting strong safety, starter Bryson Williams. Behind him, walk-on Jared Shaw. Starting free safety, DJ Swearinger. Behind him, Kadietrix Marcus. Let's go to corners.
Let's look at corner.
Starting corners, Akeem Auguste at one, Jimmy Legree or Victor Hampton at the other. And then Jimmy Legree was a third starter. So Carolina could have a similar three-man rotation there. Fourth corner, Ahmad Christian. Mm-hmm. 2012 was considered one of the best defenses of all time.
Yeah. But not apparently one of the deepest defenses
of all time. One of the coaches on that staff told me directly, because we were talking about injuries with the staffs that followed. And he was like, that's one thing Coach Spurrier was huge on. And he said, if they have to go out in shorts on a Tuesday before a game and not hit, that's what they did.
Right.
And it was funny because a lot of the defensive coaches that came through here and coached with Coach Spurrier, they'd complain, we don't ever hit, and we can't get physical and all that. And I don't remember Carolina ever having a non-physical defense under Steve Spurrier. They had a terrible defense in 2014, but that had nothing to do with not hitting. That was because they didn't have any players. Mm-hmm. But my point is depth is awesome. And what, at D line and all that, and you need it, and great. And I think Carolina is developing that. But this was one of the best teams in program history. It was relatively thin. I mean, honestly. And they stayed healthy. They had some injuries by the time. But I wanted to point this out with that particular game because that's kind of where your depth in November, that's when your depth starts to really matter going through the SEC. And so that's kind of the deal there. So he said, look, what we realized was our top 33, like our 22 starters and then 11 other guys could play with anybody in the league. He's like, but after that, we're screwed. And so Spurrier was like, all right, I guess that's why he didn't worry about people leaving. Oh, we'll be fine with that.
Yeah, we'll find somebody. That's right.
So that's the deal there. But I just wanted to point that out because that was a pretty salty defense.
Yeah.
But in 2012. But what they did have, and I was reading the other day too. It's like somebody was hyping Ohio State this year, right? Well, they lost everybody that's good, but they have the two best players in college football. Arguably, and they're talking about the safety. What's his name?
Come on.
Kid Downs, I think.
Caleb Downs. Mm-hmm.
And Jeremiah
Smith.
And I think that's a reasonable argument to be made.
Yeah.
But they lost a bunch of others. They weren't even happy with their offensive line last year. Urban Meyer was talking about it, made this big excuse. It's hard to get offensive linemen everybody's looking for them. But look, I mean, they're ranking Ohio State in the top 5 because they got a star on one side, a star on the other. Well, what about South Carolina? If you were talking about who's the best offensive and defensive player in college football, you could make a case. I don't know if it'll hold, but you certainly make a case for Sellers and Stewart.
Right.
This defense this year, two good ends, very good corners. Akeem Auguste, there was an old joke about his injury, but he was a really good college player. Legree was good. Victor Hampton obviously was good. DJ Swearinger on the back end was a monster. And what somebody told me one time was about these defenses during this time period. He said, look, we were pretty average in the middle. Linebacker, D tackle. We just had a lot of guys that played really hard. Good blue-collar players. He's like, but we were elite on the perimeter. He's like, and that's that's how it was. And I think if you're worried about being elite somewhere, it's very helpful to be elite on the inside. But you need good players in there, and you can use depth, obviously. And this is a different scheme.
Yeah.
But there's been teams that have had good defenses without rolling in 6 like they did last year and all that. I mean, and it's a different ball game these days in the SEC because offenses are better. There's more offensive skill talent, in my opinion, in the league and all that good stuff. So
Well, there's more athleticism, I think, on the offensive line nowadays.
Yeah.
Too, right. It's not just bigger. It's
Now look, offensive line. This group had Corey Robinson at left tackle this year. He played left. He played right before this, but left tackle, Corey Robinson. He got drafted because he was good. AJ Cann, really good player, draft pick. TJ Johnson played in the NFL for 6 years. Ronald Patrick played in the NFL. And Brandon Shell, I think, still played in the NFL. I think AJ Cann maybe too. So their offensive line, when you look back on it, was fantastic.
Yeah.
As far as players. Justice Cunningham, who we got in a discussion about today, he was Mr. Irrelevant and drafted, was at tight end. Busta Anderson was a backup and pretty good. But listen to this second. So Brandon Shell was the backup at left tackle. Left guard, Will Sport. Center was Kyle Harris. Right guard, Caleb Broom. Right tackle, Cody Gibson. Not a lot of depth for Sean Elliott there. The receivers, they lost Alshon Jeffrey, and, we talk about wide receiver 1 all the time, right? Well, receivers were basically 4 guys: Ace Sanders, Nick Jones, Bruce Ellington, and Demir Byrd. All those guys except Nick played in NFL. But going into the season, everybody asked how the heck they're going to replace Alshon Jeffrey. Now, this team had Marcus Lattimore up until, unfortunately, the Tennessee game. I don't want to think about that. I cried enough yesterday. But the running backs were Kenny Miles and Mike Davis. And they didn't give the ball to Mike Davis a lot at all. I remember in the daggum Outback Bowl that they won with the hit game.
Yeah, the hit, right. Mm-hmm.
I remember in that game kind of being on Twitter complaining about the coaching staff because I didn't understand why they weren't giving Mike Davis more run. And he just kind of had to adjust. He certainly rushed for a lot of yards the next year.
Yeah.
Because I didn't, Kenny Miles is always an overachieving player. I think Brian Maddox got hurt this year too. Adam Maddox would have been out of eligibility. So key reserves, they're listed here. Mike Davis wasn't really a key reserve. They didn't give him the ball. I guess Shaq Rowland was a true freshman. D.L. Moore, who actually started before he got kicked off the team all year. D'Angelo Smith, KJ Brent, Jarrell Adams, who ended up having a good year, Gerald Dixon at the end, and then Cedric Cooper. But you had all these guys, but and this was a team that finished ranked 8th in the country, 7th in the country.
Right.
I mean, it was Brad Lawing's last year. Brad was great, bless his soul, about what I call stealing snaps for D linemen. And Travian works the same way, So, yeah, you got Jared Owen Quarles in there and all that. But, he'd stick a young Surratt or a Dixon Jr. And Aldrich Fordham actually played some D tackle sometimes. And they'd slide them in and keep them fresh. And, they were just good enough to give you some depth.
Right.
And it's amazing to me that now we're sitting here in 2025. The game hadn't changed that much. And we're fretting that we don't, that there's not 7 or 8 D tackles to roll in and out.
It's okay.
We
got spoiled last year, is what it was. You got with that full 6-man rotation in the middle there. You're just like, man, look, they just roll another guy out that's been here for 4 years.
Back then too, Phil, they had a Pizza Hut buffet. You remember the Pizza Hut buffet?
Oh yeah.
I miss that every day. The salad bar, the hot thin crust pepperoni.
I do miss a good salad bar, man.
It was $3.99 too. Yeah, the closest salad bar to me is at this place called the Chicken Basket, which is about 15 minutes. It's at the start of Route 66 up in there. That's right near Route 66. Starts in downtown, but that's the first little. I
bet they got a hell of a one at the casino, though.
Dude, when I went to the casino, though, like the few times I've been was like closer to COVID and all the buffets. And I'm like, why even have a casino if you ain't gonna have no buffet?
That's crazy.
How you gonna do that? Ben said OG Ruby Tuesdays was undefeated. Yeah.
Oh, man, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, sometimes the kids want to go to Golden Corral. I'm too fat to go to Golden Corral, Phil.
I only go at breakfast at the Golden Corral.
Breakfast is on time, but
yeah.
But the in-laws like it too, and I'm like, all right. When I go to Golden Corral now, just to save myself the embarrassment, I'll hit the salad bar, and actually, it's the best thing up there. The vegetables are fresh and crisp. I guess nobody touches it. Like, right? Nobody. It's all fresh because nobody's eating it. I love the salad bar at the Golden Corral. Russell says watered down ranch and fake bacon bits. I don't do the ranch, but the fake bacon bits sometimes are kind of tasty.
Yeah.
I don't know. What else is tasty? D's Wings. Get thee to D's Wings. If you're going to go to the ballpark tonight, go swing by Perry's trunk sale at Johnny O. Or if you're going to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Township. And then go out to D's, have you a few cold ones, a basket of wings, The Low Country Boil is on time. The sandwiches are good. That's D's Wings in West Columbia. Proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final hour of the week coming up after this. Lots of questions in the chat box about D-line. I'm going to answer them all. And Phil and I will get on other topics right after this Inside the Gamecocks The Show.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour, final hour of the work week here on ITG. Yeah, I'm ready for. I'm glad Friday's here, man. Mm-hmm.
There's a place called Pizza Ranch.
Pizza Ranch.
Ranch. It's 13.6 miles from here.
Head on down to the Pizza Ranch. Rustle you up some.
You got a senior discount. To-go buffet. Looks like looks like they looks like a Mr. Gaddy's kind of place.
Oh, really?
A big arcade and stuff. So I don't know, man. It runs till 3. I get off this bad boy at 1. I may seriously just see if the stepson wants to take a ride. They have salad bar. I don't know. Bill says Pizza Hut still a buffet on Sumter Street next to Greek Boys until the pandemic shut it down. Leave it to South Carolina to hold on to that. I'll tell you one thing though, Phil. I sometimes I miss things, right? I didn't know the Pizza Hut buffet was not a thing anymore. And in Columbia, there's one out in going towards Lexington. Sometimes I'll stay at the Residence Inn out that way, right off. I guess is it 378? I don't know. It's near I-26 going toward. So it's not really quite Lexington, but not quite West Columbia either. There's a Pizza Hut right there. So I swing the truck in there like right before my flight. My flight is at night, and I'm like, I don't want to pay for airport food. So I'm going to swing in here and roll the Pizza Hut buffet. Well, I get in and I look, because there's cars in the parking lot too. So I'm like, surely people aren't just going in and sitting down, waiting. They probably don't do a big lunch rush. I mean, there's all kinds of places to eat around there too. So I'm all excited, and the parking lot's a little hard to get into. So I pull in, walk in. The cars in the parking lot. There was like a staff meeting. Like 8-10 cars. They're having a meeting with the manager, and I looked stunned, and I was like, "Hey, I just made up a lie, so I didn't want to make him feel bad." Oh, a customer. Like the mall scene in South Park where they go to the mall and it's like full of ghouls and they're customer,
yeah.
And so I'm like, wait a minute, my wife's texting me. Let me see what she wants to do just to make them feel better. Of course, the wife's in Chicago, so I didn't know. Nevertheless, so yeah, I'm maybe hunting the people. Did you know there's a new King of the Hills coming back out?
Is it really?
On Hulu in 2025? That's a thing.
I did not know.
Oh, dang it, Bobby.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Will we find out if Bobby Hill's really Hank's son?
Oh, God, that's
the narrow urethra.
That's right.
Peggy having a thing with Bill. Not Bill in the chat box. Bill in the chat box had a thing with Peggy Hill from King of the Hill. Those of you that watch The Righteous Gemstones, Peggy Hill looks like a cartoon version of Amy Lee Gemstone. They're similar. They could be sisters.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that came from my brain. Nevertheless, Nana's Porch chat box here right on Inside the Gamecocks, the show on a Friday. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you listening. We've had a lot of fun this week, if anything. So going back. Fat guy in a little coat. Russell says, yeah, I feel that way every time there's a funeral, and there's been a lot of them. Tiffany says, still bummed we lost Rondarius Porter to the portal. People don't realize how valuable he was at keeping the biggies fresh. I know. I think really, Phil, I think as far as this coming year, because Cam Pringle and Wendell Gregory leaving, I don't know that that's necessarily going to affect this coming year unless there's just a ton of injuries. And then this coming year is going to be, if you have a bunch of injuries, catastrophic injuries, you're just kind of hoping to get to the Birmingham Bowl, maybe upset Clemson. That's injuries change the equation for everybody. But the one that hurts without any kind of injury, it has to be Rondarius Porter.
I felt like he was the one that was going to really see significant playing time. Solid.
I mean, part of every game you're hoping, because he played a lot last year down the stretch.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And even if you get 5 or 10 snaps, that's a valuable guy. Travian Robertson's talking him up. I think what he did, though, is when you're talking about a guy like that who used to be a walk-on who's now on scholarship, you got the scholarship. How much NIL is he really going to get? Probably not a ton. And then his brother went with him, Ronnie, who was a backup linebacker, who I don't think was on scholarship. And what Dowell Loggins did, say, come here, you build scholarship, and there's probably a little bit of NIL involved for you too.
Mm-hmm.
And Rondarius is going to go to App State and very likely start, and Ronnie could probably start too. And that's nothing against App State. I haven't looked at their roster. I'm not saying they're taking the scraps from Longshank's table, but you
got to imagine that they're not getting D1 scholarship talent,
probably
or Power 4 scholarship talent,
and they're getting a guy that was going to play D tackle, that has played D tackle in the SEC. Yeah, I get it. It's not like there are a ton of great defensive tackles in the portal this year. Carolina was kind of fortunate to get the guys they got, if we're being honest. People that complain all the time about D tackle, they probably, Brownlow, Dindy, Miles, and Pikes if you look at the collective D tackle, and then Texas, their greedy butts took 5, which tells me they don't really think a lot of the guys they got. 5. So when Texas takes 5, and they're all pretty good, I don't know how they compare to the guys Carolina got. Texas, so that's a big hunk of the pool that the Longhorns are taking for themselves. And I just don't, the kid that went from Alabama to Michigan that's really good, Payne, is from Michigan. He wasn't coming anywhere else. So there's just wasn't all these details. Like last cycle, Carolina got DeAndre Jules and Monkel Goodwine and had a lot of guys coming back. DeAndre Jules, that was great, and there were other schools that benefited from transfer D tackles too, namely Ole Miss with Walter Nolan and some other guys. So anyway, I agree with you, Tiffany. If I've been thinking about this for an article, like rank the losses in the portal. Carolina actually had 22 guys leave. Doesn't seem like that. I wonder how many are walk-ons too. Yeah, but how you see these. It was toward the low end of the SEC, like 13th, 14th. Krager says, I like the size of Christian Ingram, Goodwine, and Brownlow Dindy better than any of the guys on the D-line last year. Not saying they will be better, just bigger body types. I'm excited about Ingram. So Williams is a little lighter than Christian coming in. I don't know. Williams has been hurt, so I don't know what he's at now. But, Craig, yeah, if you can get these guys to 6'5", 315, 320, and Williams has that type of frame, so does Ingram. Those are some big dudes. Now, sometimes tall isn't as good because of leverage. Sometimes tall isn't good at D tackle. Sometimes it is. Long arms, that kind of thing. But, yeah, they're good-sized kids, and I think they're both going to be good. But you got to get Williams healthy and rolling and all that. Matt says he's optimistic on Desmond Umeozulu. After what I've noticed at the spring game and knowing the job he did in the weight room and his potential, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that it's with he and Gear and Brian Thomas Jr., one of those guys or all three. Maybe it's Moneyball and they replace them in the aggregate. They'll get it done. Even with Jaylen Brown up in the air, probably like until they say he's back and playing, I'm not gonna count. He may have missed too much time. He's still young. Jaylen Brown is. So that's why you recruit. That's why you keep Desmond on that's why you play him almost 100 snaps the last 2 years in a season. We didn't hear from him when he's in, like stealing snaps. That's what he does. So I would be ecstatic. Everyone should be if Desmond, right, Phil?
Yeah. I mean, listen, you're going to have somebody on the other side, and you're going to want consistent production out of that. And you can't just count on Dylan Stewart to make all the plays. So you're going to have somebody opposite that who's at least capable. And listen to like Umeozulu, it's his time. Like now's the time, right? This is his 3rd year at Carolina, right? Yeah, red shirt, and yeah. So let's go, fire it up. Give me all the dish you can give.
He's a big old long
right,
arm,
and he's
big.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason everybody in the country wanted him.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't.
No, and here's, I mean, it's not a give and a take because you want to be able to do both, but we feel pretty confident that the secondary is going to be okay, although you lost some serious players in production in that part of the defense. So you need to continue to be thoroughly disruptive up front, and the easiest way to do that is to have 2 solid edge players. To at least get back there and start making the quarterback feel things, and then by the 4th quarter start getting the quarterback to feel stuff that's not there.
And for the tackle to be
around,
tackles have their hands on their hips.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everybody getting winded there because y'all are smoking them at the line of scrimmage. So yeah, I mean, listen, everybody loves to see solid edge play, but I think it is time. It's Desmond time.
He's 6'6", 255.
Dude, yeah,
that's the size Kalimba Edwards was, or John Abraham won. That's a monster. So yeah, hopefully they, he gets it going. I mean, I think some of these guys will have to do it. Ben takes down memory lane. Loved watching Jared O play. Scrappy DT that played with so much heart. Hate that he left the strength staff. Yeah, he's a good guy. Really good guy. I knew some people that knew him in college. Bill, how do you get a Big Spur hat or maybe a JC Schubert hat? Stay tuned. There will be a Chief Sports store soon.
Yeah. Merch.
Working on that. Merch. Yeah. Clint says, I don't see Ingram doing much this year, though. I think he's more of a developmental guy. Great size. Yeah, you never know. I saw a picture of him working out on social media a while back. He looked like he could bend really well and stuff, but they got enough depth now, Clint and guys and gals, that if one of these freshmen does emerge, it's one of two things. It's either a bad sign because the guys they were counting on, they're not very good, and this freshman's playing better, and he's the best guy we got, so we're going to play him. Or it's a good sign. Well, this freshman's much better than we anticipated. And it's one of those things that we'll talk about and give our opinion, but we'll never know until the season. See, I got to be careful about saying that we'll never know until then. We'll know then. We'll know then. We'll know then. Because then nobody's going to read anything I write. Nobody's going to listen to anything we say because who gives a crap?
Because what do they know
anyway? Be careful about saying that. But fundamentally, yeah, Clint, that's interesting you say that. I agree. In my mind, I'm like, anything they get out of Caleb Williams and Christian Ingram this year is a bonus, barring catastrophic injury.
All right. Yeah. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Cam said he's bullish with his take on the D-line earlier this month, and the more I look at them and watch some film, I feel more optimistic. Beamer and company can develop talent, and sometimes I forget that. Well, I think this too. When you kind of dig into Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy, like what he just did A&M just wasn't. He's kind of like Christian Asandiko in basketball. Christian Asandiko
not good for the scheme.
On his way, looked great, and then made the wrong choice to transfer to Providence. And Brownlow-Dindy had the injury that set him behind guys like Shamar Stewart, who, by the way, or is it Turner? Shamar Stewart's kind of the one that didn't productive that went to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Shamar Turner is with the Bears. Yeah, he showed up about, looking like a hibernated bear. Way out of shape per the beef sandwich brigade that covers the Bears. Yeah, he's been one too many trips to Portillo's. By the way, I looked outside, Phil. There's nary a damn cloud in the sky.
No clouds.
None.
Ha!
God.
Well, they're starting to game it.
Maybe I should just tell my wife to Uber home and go to Wrigley my damn self. There's no parking there, though. I couldn't drive.
No,
I certainly couldn't drive home.
No, you'd have to take the train.
I'm not leaving the truck down there either.
Also not advised.
Could you imagine that? Well, just on a whim, I went to Wrigley and had to Uber home, and the truck's in this guy's yard.
So we went in like 06, right? And I was able to, and we drove. So we drove to Chicago. Hey, we're road trip people. I mean, you know that about us.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm like, well, we'll just take the car on into town here. I'm sure we'll be able to find parking. I'm sure we'll pay for it, but at least we'll be able to, get in there and do it. And then we get there, and I got parking directly and I'm sure these spots don't exist anymore just because of all the development that's happened around, Wrigleyville. But we literally parked in the shadow of the ballpark for like $50 back in 06, which was obviously excessive for parking, but you can't beat the location, right? So right. I'm like, well, worth it. You just walk right out of the stadium and boom, car. Like, nice.
That's not bad, dude.
Yeah, and again, I don't believe that those spots exist there anymore. And that was one of the biggest things about Chicago, though, was like how much. That's probably in a 3-day span the most that we have ever paid for parking. Like,
you don't drive.
No, you
now
can't drive. Yeah,
if you do take the train, you have to stay inside of the loop, Phil.
Well,
I'll show you all that when you guys come on up.
Yeah, because
we'll do it right.
We stayed in the southern suburbs of Chicago, where the red was, like the closest thing. And I'm a big, public metro transport kind of guy, right? I'll ride your subway, I'll ride your trains, because it's a really effective way to get around. But when I was looking at where we were staying and what we would have to do to get into town on that red line coming from the South Chicago, I'm like,
yeah, south.
We're just gonna drive and park.
Well, we'll figure out where to. Don't worry, dude. Like the best place to stay is this place, London House Hotel. It's not expensive. It sounds bougie, but it's kind of one of those. It's kind of like Elizabeth Taylor before she passed. Still attractive, but way past her prime.
But past her prime, right?
But it's right across from like Trump Tower, Chicago sits right at the corner of the Chicago River, like on a peninsula almost, and it's right across from this big old, looks like Central Park West from Ghostbusters looking building. But there's a rooftop bar. It's one of the best rooftop bars. There's a picture of Nat and I on my Facebook where we're sitting there and it's overlooking it. And the river's flowing. It's awesome. That's a good place to stay. It's in the loop. You can walk most places. And then you do take the train. And then there are some Uber things like Navy Pier. There's no train that goes down there. Now there's ample parking there on the lakefront. But anyway, we talked about Chicago plenty. I'm like sitting there. I'm like, I may just say screw it. I'm like that guy when the Ron Jeremy scene in Boogie Nights and then you got the guy over there lighting firecrackers. He's like, I'm just gonna do what I want to do, and he shoots someplace up and gets everybody killed.
That's right.
That would be me if I took my ass to Wrigley Field right now. Yes. I would be in trouble. And yeah, they can develop talent. Most staffs can. Guys get better naturally anyway. Back to what I was saying. I think Brownlow Dindy, the situation at A&M, when he shed some light on it, it made sense, right? My theory at A&M is the Elko staff just didn't like him. And keep this in mind about A&M too. I'm gonna roll this little piece of something we're not thinking about. And I'm not making excuses about anybody not playing. Obviously, there was a reason he wasn't playing at one SEC school, and he's going to have to get better to play at another. Let's just get that clear. I'm not like trying to convince anybody that even though he was a top 10 prospect that he's going to go out and play like it, but I don't think you necessarily need a top 10 prospect. I think you need good players that can help you. So keep this in mind. There's a guy named Sean Spencer that's the D-line coach at Texas A&M. Sean Spencer came from Florida with he was there with Napier and got hired by Elko. Also was at Penn State under he worked for James Franklin all those years. Little different kind of guy than the guy that was there before him, who recruited that super group, who is now the defensive coordinator at Syracuse. So his guy that helped him get there, Elijah Robinson, the recruiter that recruited all those guys, left. Sean Spencer and Mike Elko come in. I don't think they liked him. Or they just liked other guys better. But as we've known, you want to roll your defensive lineman. He just didn't play at all. I don't necessarily think they saw eye to eye. So who knows? But so there's that. So who knows why he didn't play at Texas A&M? But he's looked really good at Carolina.
Yeah.
And maybe I should call one of my A&M guys and be like, hey, was this guy like really good in practice? Do you know?
Yeah, right.
It looks like $1 million. But Michael Goodwine, his situation was good player, just not as good as who they had.
Yeah, I mean, the guys in front of him were more ready.
I think Carolina. I think though sometimes they feel that it works another way too. If you don't play, you don't really get all that much better. You practice all you want,
right?
Well, now that Michael's played, it looks pretty good. So I don't know. It's very, very interesting. You can hit the music for the last break if you'd like.
Is it? Yeah, we're right.
Russell says he feels like I'm going to finish out the chat box here. Russell says he feels like he needs a shower after Golden Corral. Russell, the Nana's Porch chat box is located right to the right of me. And all I did when I looked at your thing was I read the word shower and golden. I was wondering about that.
I think it was Craig who called it what we call it. Like I call it the golden trough.
The trough. It is a trough.
It is because it's
I feel very thin. Like I should sing,
now
I feel pretty, oh so pretty.
It is an ego boost arriving at the Golden Corral.
Yes.
I'm like, man, look at this. I'm not as bad off as my self-image is a little low. Should be a little better than it.
Oh, I'm better than you.
That's it.
Bobby says road trip. Please come up here, Bobby. Please. Fru says, just watched the video again from last night. Is it bad that Monty shows more emotion and Paul doesn't even smile? No. But in fairness, I will say, head baseball coaches, they don't really. I mean, like I really like the coach at Oklahoma, Skip Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the coach at Daggum, Georgia, Wes Johnson. They're Johnsons, you know. So it's Johnson. These guys just sit there and chew sunflower seeds and chart pitches and they're very Ray Tanner was pretty stoic when he would Mark so I don't know if that's a head coaching thing.
I don't know.
Like I know Tony Vitello is a little more.
Yeah, some of these younger guys, there's a sea change in baseball right now from the old guard to the new names.
I don't like. I mean, I think what some people should point out to some of these baseball players and all that is you look like softball because they do all the cheers and chants, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong, but I think if you told them that that's what they're moving toward, they'd probably be like, yeah. Or you'd get canceled for saying that.
That's true. Yeah. Or you would immediately be.
But it's different sports. I mean, I don't care who's playing it, men or women. That's fine.
Yeah. Because the softball, I mean, that looks really fun.
Cam says for the first time ever in his family's history, we get to put future Gamecock lives here sign in our front yard. Proud of my stepdaughter, man.
Awesome.
Easy convince my wife to 10 more games. Awesome.
That's
Cam.
great. Yeah.
This is why we love you, Cam. So happy for you, dude.
Yeah, man.
As a step parent myself, I can relate. I know it's hard to convince the moose of much of anything. And yes, Bill, across from Lexington Hospital. Ben says, I'm excited. It's set in, King of the Hill. It's set in modern day, and Bobby's an adult. Man,
really?
Yeah, he grew up. Bobby needs to be grown and wearing a Tennessee Vol shirt. Fru says, JC, do you have an opinion of CC's Pizza? I read the other day it's coming back. CC's is just kind of right below the quality line for me.
Yeah, I've never been a CC's guy.
Bill, that boy is not correct. Russell says, JC, you've given me a lot more hope for the defense this year. I hope it's because of what I said about the 2012 defense and not because I've overhyped guys I just think they're going to be okay. I think in football there's concerns until there's not.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of mass panic too. And then there's some people that say they completely failed in the portal. I think that sometimes, because I just pointed out, because whenever you ask some of these folks, who were they, who did you want them to get that they didn't go out and spend $1 million on? They can't name anybody.
Right.
He says, JC, that visor is deceiving. It makes you have hair coming 22 guys from football. How many? I don't know what that means. The 22 Frew, I forgot. I have bad short-term memory. Bobby said Wrigley's on a bucket list. Frew said Chicago's on the bucket list. Well, I know where not to go because he's watched the CHI. Russell goes to the shower Golden Corral thing. He said R. Kelly style. Tommy says, does Beamer pass Joe Morris in coaching wins this year? He'd have to win 10 to tie.
Yeah.
Coach Joe had 39 in his career. Ben says, starting to feel bad for Howard softball, down 12-0 to Duke in the third and giving up 5 home runs. Some of these 1-4 matchups in softball are bloodbaths. Yeah.
Are there run rules in the NCAA tournament?
I don't know.
I don't think there are.
Oh, it looks like I have hair sticking out of the hat. Yeah, when it gets long, people ask me if it's part of the hat. Where? Ben says Beamer will break that record in college football playoff. I don't know. I don't know if they'll win 10 or not. I don't want to put a number on it.
No.
It sure would make my life easier, harder in some ways, because I'd want to go to I have to drag my wife across the country and spend a bunch of money.
It'd be a lot more expensive.
But I'd want to, I'm not going to, if they make the playoff, I'm not missing it. Because it may never happen again.
Right.
That's why I ended up making the call to go spend $7,000 to take me and my buddy to the Final Four.
Right.
It's like it may never happen again. And they've only been back to the tournament for like a minute since. So maybe probably every day that goes by, I'm glad that I made that trip, Phil.
Yep.
Cam mentions Righteous Gemstones. It's good comedy. Love that Danny McBride has filmed at Charleston. Now resides here as well. Yeah. Vice Principals was set in South Carolina as well. So their whole, it's called Rough House Pictures or something like that. They got a whole production company. He talks about it, but yeah, lots of. I hope Chad Holbrook gets Danny McBride on Chin Music at some point.
Oh yeah,
that would be amazing. All right, we have caught up with the Nana Sports chat box. We have one more 30-minute segue to go. Segment, not segue. Segue would be something different. I want to remind everybody about Gamecock traditions, like I do every single day. Follow them on social media. Also, I want to remind you of my man that runs Palmetto Golf and Belts. Palmetto Golf and Belts is awesome. You know, they've got I mentioned Britton's earlier, the Johnny O. This stuff with Palmetto Golf and Belts is high quality, like Johnny O, Phil. And they probably have a belt to fit my size. I'm thinner around the waist, right? But those really embroidered belts, it cost you $150. They're $99 or so. With my buddy Brandon there, go to palmettogolfing.com. I know the PGA Championship is up and running. My good friend Skip is there with his sons today, Quail Hollow. And I think, you live in South Carolina, folks, buy some freaking golf gear, because even if you don't play golf, people dress like you play golf.
That's right. You could at least look the part.
PalmettoGolfing.com. Super freaky fast delivery like Jimmy John's. Seriously, people say, oh my God, the belt got here the next day. Yeah, he does that. PalmettoGolfing.com, proud sponsor of coffee inside the Gamecocks The Show and The Morning Show. And we will be back for our final segment of the week after this.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of the week on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Rolling right along, but talk a lot of football today. Looking at some depth and development here. Been a fun week.
It's going to be football focused here, dog.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I mean,
and fun. I said today on coffee, I was like, if you don't want to just kick it, don't listen to the show.
That's right.
Because I said here, we're about to hit the off season, and I have to gather everything up and roll a coffee every morning. And everybody likes it. I don't mind doing it. And I kind of like getting that out of the way. And it's not like we won't talk sports here if there's something to talk about, but we're going to have a good time. This is a different kind of deal.
That's right.
And so with that, I will ask you, Phil, how was your birthday last night?
It was all right. We went out to eat Mexican, which was great. Came home and just was very tired. It's because I'm still not well for whatever reason. Going to the doctor later today to get maybe some answers. Who knows?
Jeez, Phil.
Dude, it's
don't make me get emotional now.
No, it's okay. We don't. It's nothing until it's something. Listen, all right. I'll talk to you like I do my wife. Listen, there's nothing to worry about until there is. God damn it. Sorry.
Whoa.
So I don't know, but no, I told JB this morning, I was watching the baseball game, right? Sitting there in the bed watching baseball, and the last thing I remember, it was like 3-1. We had a 1 run on 0 hits, and I fell asleep, and I woke up in the middle of the night and turned the TV off and look. I'm like, well, damn, we won the game. So I even missed that, which was kind of crazy, but it was neat hearing Jackie Bradley Jr. on the call last night. That was cool, man. Yeah, definitely.
I'll be honest. I got a text from one of our listeners that's in the chat box on Wednesdays. Hayne goes, Terry Rooney went to the mountain. Something good happened, and I'm like, bro, here's exactly what I said. I said, let me just pull this up. I've got 27 texts asking me who the new commitment was. Hey, listen, if you're out there listening, it'll be on thebigspur.com.
Right. That's where it'll pop up.
If you are in the circle, right, like you know who you are, then ask me. But don't if I don't talk to you on a daily basis, or if I haven't hung out with you socially, I will let you know on thebigspur.com. I don't mind anybody texting me, But I mean, there's people I haven't heard from in months. Hey, here's the commitment. I don't, bro. I mean, I'm running a business here. Chances are it's going to be on Twitter. He's going to put out a respect my decision tweet. No questions. Speaking of no questions and respect my decision, no interviews. I'll remind me. I got to tell you a funny story about online dating in Columbia when I lived there. About no games, straight up no games.
Straight up no games.
All right, so I may have said this before. So I think this is and Hayne wasn't asking me about the commitment, by the way.
No, right.
I don't want Hayne, and I know Bill and Bobby and a lot of you text me that are here. That's fine. I'm not complaining about you guys. There's like random people that I've only talked to once in my life. So Bruin, who's full of funnies today, JC dropped them digits in the chat. He said, so I get a text. It's like, I think that's the first time something good has happened after a Rooney Mound visit. I said, hey, I'm not even watching. Hanging with the wife and it was grinding on some foundational work for some websites for Chief. And yeah, we got an online presence coming, .coms. They won't be pay. For the Chief Network, for JC and Morgan. We got a new SEC Sunday night show coming. Anyway, that takes time.
Yeah, right.
We're a shoestring operation here, and so I was working on all that. By the time I finished first pitch, it happened. I was like, I said, I'm tired of turning it on. They're behind 8-0 already. And so I just forgot. I was catching up on the news, the global news of the day.
Right. Yeah.
And I got that. He's like, same old story, close game until the bullpen makes an appearance. Thanks again for coffee in the show. And you're welcome, hey. All that. So Bobby's like, I'll text the crap out of my guy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. All the people in there. I mean, all of you, it's not even like members of the audience. It's just like random people,
right? Yeah, just folks from.
It used to be some of them have media entities that they want the scoop, and it's like, dude, no.
Why? If I did, why would I?
So I'm not going. All right. So here's the pizza buffet update. I may head to this place called Pizza Ranch in Joliet for lunch. She goes, it's in Shorewood, right? It's a little further than Joliet, about 30 minutes. So I respond, they have fried chicken on the buffet and a crazy good salad bar. She's like, I want to go too. It's $16.99 for dinner. I was like, let's freaking go tonight.
That's a deal.
Yeah. So we're going.
Nice. Nice. $17 for dinner is not bad at all, especially for a buffet.
Oh, you can eat if we take the two human garbage disposals that live in this house.
Yeah, that's where the value is.
I can
right?
take the in-law. Hey, maybe the in-laws want to go.
That's right. Yeah, let's see if everybody wants to go.
She'll shoot this down though. I bet she's like, no, I don't want to deal with them.
It always sounds like a good idea until you start thinking about it and you're like, yeah, maybe we'll just the four of us go.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how it is around my house.
How many margarita towers did you down last night? Mad Dog Ben wants to know.
I'm not a tequila guy, so I do not do margaritas. I had one very large Modelo, and I could have had two. I mean, I can put them away, but then I got a fridge full of Modelos here. So I was like, well, I pay another $8 when I've got 4 times the volume at home just waiting on me to get home. So, yeah, I wasn't even like, and I think I had one more when I got back to the house. Now, my wife is the margarita drinker. She had 2 medium margaritas. Yeah, my wife had 2 medium margaritas.
When I go back, I'll drink the big Dos Equis. I've been there. I've been to Monterey near the mall with you guys before.
Oh, yeah. Well, we actually we tried the new reopened Coronas that's been shut down. It's pretty good and was a little cheaper than Monterey at the mall. And so I was like, well, I mean, it's just as good. And costs us $20 less. Let's go.
Corona and Spartanburg out on the east side near what became Hickory Tavern. It used to be
something
dogs. Was it called Mad Dogs? I don't know. It was the music place.
Oh, I can't remember, but I know, yeah, Hickory Tower. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, out there on the east side, the extreme east. Oh, KJ Johnson was his guess. Did that news break? Did KJ Johnson commit?
No, I think
Kid
that's
from
just
Birmingham.
Clint said it was his.
His guest.
His guest for
the
welcome home. Yeah,
I'll say this: it was not Ridley. I put up a Riley.
I knew exactly.
I put up a Tilden Riley video and everything yesterday in anticipation for it, but the pride of Hampton County, Alex, went down to see him play baseball, and he asked him. Tilden said no.
It was not him.
So anyway,
or at least he said it wasn't him.
Yeah, I said at least he just completely lied.
Which why? I mean, why would you? Who knows?
So Russell says easy, cheap way to feed the boys. Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
So the in-laws are a no-go, and here's why. Because the mom's a constant complainer, and I guess because she's speaking in Thai, I don't know what she's saying. It's like, oh, you're cute. And so I was like, maybe your mom and dad want to go tonight. Why not? Maybe we'll try it out first. And then went, oh, smart. And she goes,
right.
Because if it sucks, I don't want to have to hear about it.
She'd hear about it and be the only one that would understand. Or I don't know. Do the boys speak Thai? Are they on there?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. The Moose wasn't really giving bilingual vibes when I met him.
Passing Spanish. I'm like, good for him. Tiffany says she's angry. Where's my flying car, Elon? I ain't flying in no. Look, man. Let's just think about this before we start talking about flying cars. I'm just going to speak generally here. You could not pay me enough to go back in time during the 50s, 60s, and 70s and get on a jumbo jet where you could smoke on the, which may not be bad if you've been drinking. And it was all fancy and all that, but there's like a 8% chance you're going to die. Yeah, there was one time when they had the big prop planes, there was a midair collision right over New York City. Yeah, they didn't have good radar. That movie, Airplane's funny, but there's movies called Airport. What about Airline? I mean,
right, yeah, the real disaster ones. Yeah, right.
As recently as like the early 2000s, there were times when like a plane crashed outside of Pittsburgh from Chicago. U.S. Air. And everybody from the Carolinas has had experience with U.S. Air and knows it's basically worse than Kmart. And now it's called American, and you can put lipstick on a pig, so they say.
Yeah, well,
disaster. So they're flying in a Boeing, and they're about to come in the landing in Pittsburgh, and they just nosedive and crash. I think it's maybe 96, not too long ago. And they're like, oh. Well, we designed that wrong. We're sorry. And we'll fix it. And that's back when Boeing gave a shit about anything.
Right.
McDonnell Douglas, the DC-9 basically is just one time it was taken off from here, worst disaster in O'Hare history. Took off big, the DC-10, big old plane, right? Like big.
Right.
Like the triple, I think
it was the biggest one at the time. Was
280,
right? Yeah, right.
Taking off to LA from O'Hare. They're taking off. The damn engine just falls off, plops onto the runway. Oh my God! It got airborne a little bit, and sure enough, you can't fly with it like that, and it crashed. There's still a memorial in Des Plaines, Illinois, right there. So my point is. I'm not here for the guinea pig for the flying car.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you're still going to be high in the air, and it can still be devastating if the son of a biscuit just cuts off on you and drops.
And think about it, like we all know how it is to drive in South Carolina. Okay, now put all those people in the air.
And what about these kids on these electric scooters and stuff going like I was coming back from vacation, dropping the Moose's buddy off, right? at his house. This is the only time I've ever been angry to the point where I wanted to physically assault an 11-year-old. His little brother, snot-nosed little brother, Zaid. His name's Lath. So Zaid, Lath's little brother. So we were driving back from Gatlinburg. Everybody's tired. 4th of July. Had a fantastic time. It's late. We're dropping Lath off at his house. He's on a cul-de-sac. I get out the car, open the car, going to go around the back, get Lath's luggage. All of a sudden, right by me, almost takes my door off. Dude's going about 45 on an electric scooter, laughing his ass off, and I almost want to kill him. So we're planning on taking those people and putting them in flying cars.
Tiffany's got a point though. Like the complete evolution of flying cars means that the roads will be a bit clearer and probably much more safe. So yeah, let's develop it up. Let the other people fly around, and I'll just keep riding around on the road. That way, I don't have to worry about all that craziness that goes on. Be a lot safer
on the road. You mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not looking forward to flying cars, especially
horse and buggy days, man.
Yeah, I mean they got one that some companies, pimping out there with propellers and all this other stuff. I'm like, no. Why? No.
When you can get helicopters, not to just the one in New York, the blade just fell off.
It just flies off.
I mean, and now we got a shortage of air traffic controllers. And look, I'm gonna say something. I told my wife a while back. It's about 6. I've known her about 6 years, and I said, we could be in some trouble. And she's like, "Who? Society." It's like, because the especially the younger millennials, right? There are many of them, and we in Gen X are small, or numbers wise. And the boomers are all older, and there's many of them.
Yes.
Like, I've quit complaining about not being able to see the doctor because I've known this for 20 years. That generation's getting older, and it's going to, I just, because of COVID, don't like putting the words strain on the healthcare system into my mouth. But there are, I mean, it's more, the more of them, the more people, older people, the more medical care they need. God bless them. My mother's a boomer. I mean, I don't care. There's some boomers in Washington that they're not ever going to let go.
No. Yeah. Right.
It seems. But the millennials are kind of that next group that's pretty large. And I said, we're going to be, with all this, the way a lot of them are, we're going to be in trouble because they sort of prioritize, they're kind of in their own mind. It's about their mental health and giving them something. Not all of them. I'm not stereotyping everybody, but in general, I really don't want them in charge of important things. So people that are like that, I'd have to kind of look into it. So, and I'm not saying all. Just not please don't. But in general, there are a few millennials here and there that when you kind of look at the stereotype, you're like, no, I don't want this to happen.
Well, and I'm not sure if there's a parallel here, but what you're talking about immediately evokes in my head that news story from yesterday or the day before where the Starbucks employees are on strike because they didn't want to conform to a new dress code. I'm like,
I worked at McDonald's,
right?
And I had to wear the whole thing, or they fined you.
Yeah.
Now they worked at McDonald's for
There's a labor union supporting this, and there, of course, my mind goes, "This is just not good." Look, this is the exact reason why people are like, "We don't need them anymore," because
those unions are going to ruin it.
Yeah,
they're going to ruin it for the good unions.
Right.
Like the T. I'm like, God Almighty. Those are social clubs. Those are sociology clubs, not working.
Right. Yeah. And Clint, it's literally just a black shirt and khakis.
I know. I'm
you
like,
can't
what?
even see the shirt underneath the green apron. What does it matter?
They're not asking you to join the Hail Bop Comet freaking cult. They're asking you to serve up coffee and be professional. I even read they're not even making them take their nose rings out.
Right, yeah.
or not have orange hair.
You could have like tri-colored hair, face piercings for days, but you can't wear your tube top and a micro mini and you're upset.
And some of these folks that wear those need to stop.
Right.
Especially the females, I guess.
I don't want to see that much skin if I'm ordering something that I'm about to eat. I'm sorry.
So I told my wife we're going to be in trouble, Phil. I was like, we may be in trouble. Next thing I know, I'm reading that Newark Airport is a disaster. And then I read that because they need to fix the equipment. That's embarrassing. And so then I read that like 5 air traffic controllers, and they have a skeleton crew because they're trying, the standards are high, and
right.
Nobody wants to do it. And I blame John Cusack for that, because he made a movie called Pushing 10 that outside of Ishtar is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. You could have made it a little more exciting. Maybe people would have wanted to get into the business. Nevertheless, so the power goes out for 1 minute and 30 seconds, and they immediately take a 45-day mental health vacation. 5 of them. Significant number. So my point is, I don't think I'm getting in a flying car right now.
I mean, how do you even like?
I mean, can you imagine the collisions?
Yeah.
And then you got drones, you got kites, you got
power lines,
hot air balloons, power lines,
know,
gusts of wind. I mean, birds. My ass would be flying right along, and the minute I got comfortable with it, a hawk would run into my head and I'd die.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I'd be
some bird. I'd be taken out by a damn flock of Canada geese.
They'd mistaken my head for a melon, and their talons would be stuck in my head.
I can only imagine.
Bobby says no more days of cats riding unicorns with laser beams in their eyes t-shirts for they and them. Billy Bob Thornton, Clint says, was good in Pushing 10. I agree. Russell's like, give me a cup of Krispy Kreme coffee. Yeah, man, when I can find that in the Keurig cups.
Oh, I don't like the Krispy Kreme. Y'all like the Krispy Kreme? Really?
When I find it, I get it, but it's just that's not. I actually feel I just have regular Colombian generic, like it would be Publix brand if I were in South Carolina.
I got the fancy Folgers. That's what I do. Yeah, it says gourmet on the box, but it's Folgers.
I want to get back. If we ever have a Chief Sports office, we're going to get an old school coffee pot. Right?
That's right.
Coffee pot, like with the grounds. So, we're going to do that. And we're not getting nothing but Folgers.
It's the best part of waking up, man.
Yeah, I'm not even bringing in the Gamecock, the NIL coffee.
The NIL coffee.
But we don't have a pot now. Bobby says Costco Pacific Rim Dark Roast. I've had the Costco variety pack before, but I just get regular old Colombian and rock and roll. We do have Starbucks in there now, the Pikes Roast, because it was at Costco, Bobby, and on sale.
Oh, nice.
But I'm like Dennis Leary. I like coffee flavored coffee.
Right, exactly.
I don't know.
I take it straight from the pot, and that's it. And I add zero additives.
Yeah, I don't do cream or sugar.
Straight black.
Black. Tiffany says, you mean the generation that doesn't know why NASA can't land on the sun when it's off?
Yes, that's right.
I don't know. See, millennials are getting older, though. I mean, they're like in their 30s and 40s now. Yeah, we're screwed. I may move to Thailand, folks.
That may not be a bad idea.
Do you know how cheap things are in Thailand? They call us the farang over there, which I was offended when I first heard it. It's the name for a Caucasian American.
White folks. Right.
Farang.
Farang.
Well, that's offensive. I felt like somebody was insulting me. But I got on this farang. It's farang, F-A-R. So I got on this Instagram account called Farang Homes. God's getting mad at me for telling you this story. and then we'll go.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
So it's like this big stucco, like privacy wall. And all that. And so it's and you walk in and they're like, oh, come tour the home. This Thai woman in a nice outfit showing you around. You walk in, there's tile floors everywhere, fans going, air conditioner, a huge kitchen with a big ass wok in the middle, fire pit, and you go in the master bedroom's huge, big fans, bamboo surrounding it, a garden and a fountain. You go around the corner, there's a swimming pool with a fountain on it. Again, big stucco walls, kind of privacy wall. Looks like a movie star's home.
Nice. Like a compound.
2 blocks from the beach on the coast. $180,000.
Jeez. Early snow move. Relocate Chief to Thailand. Chief Thailand.
I keep asking questions because some friends of ours, actually live in Thailand part of the year. You know, she's Thai. One of Nat's friends from the temple, Shar. And they just got back. And I kept asking some questions. Like, so, they have ESPN over there?
Do
they have internet? Can I stream? You know?
Right. Yeah, right.
I'm sitting there like in my mind going, hey, probably not now. But eventually, when I'm at the age where I just want to walk up and down the beach and collect stupid stuff and rocks.
That's right.
I mean, $180,000 to live like Leonardo DiCaprio on a beach?
Yeah, you're well over $1 million plus here for that.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, more than that. Krager scored a bottle of E.H. Taylor. I don't know. That's
nice.
Yeah. There we go. There you go,
Whiskey.
Krager.
Yeah.
Attaboy, Craig. Bobby says he's down to 4 left in the house. Trying to be like Strickland. Appreciate all of you joining us today. Nana's Porch chat box was on fire. I don't know that anybody outside of the 9 of you were listening the rest of the week because it just kind of...
They're there. Yeah, they're there.
I like somebody said, Bruin said something about the freewheeling. It's called a free will Baptist. We'll do that. But I mean, look, we're kind of just going to do that because it makes for a more entertaining show. But obviously, we're going to address topics and all that good stuff. So anyway, everyone have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. 11 inmates have escaped a New Orleans jail, by the way, considered armed and dangerous. My wife just texted me. So if you're in New Orleans, be careful.
That's right. Be careful.
Be careful.
The 2-lane defense just got it.
The 2-lane. Wow. All right, Phil. Before you have to say it, I'll just say it. It's probably going to be Whittle and Mike on Monday.
Yep, Whittle and Mike.
Yeah. And we'll be back on Monday as well. We'll probably start talking a little more about our SEC Sunday night show that's coming up. It won't have Mad Dog or myself on it, but we're excited about it. June 1st. We'll probably have one of our co-hosts on to talk about that next week. I'll probably get Matt Anderson, who'll be back off of vacation, to rock and roll with us next week. And we'll have the smorgasbord on Thursday. And probably, maybe, who knows, if I have a good time at the pizza buffet tonight. Maybe we'll call it the pizza buffet.
The new buffet.
They have chicken on the buffet. Chicken Gamecock, Phil.
Gamecocks chicken.
Clinton County. I'm going to tell you, the mountains are yawning. You know the line in the tailgate show it's like from the swamps and the Petey to up where them mountains yawn.
Well,
that's their just for the listeners. That's in their alma mater. Where the Blue Ridge yawns its greatness. Where the Tigers play. Lord.
That's
why that's kind of
yawn. There's a yawn full of meth smoke.
Yes. All right, I'm gonna go watch my White Sox beat Phil's Cubs in the behind. Y'all have a good
We'll
weekend.
See. That's
everyone.
all right. Go Cox, everybody.